distinguished guest, keynote speaker, guest speakers, past presidents, esteemed colleagues, ex-members, students, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor for me to welcome you all to the 12th annual sessions and the international conference of the Sri Lanka Association for Laboratory Animal Science as the president of the association. We are gathered here today to share knowledge, collaboration, and the pursuit of responsible scientific advancement under the theme Towards One Health, Responsible and Reproducible Animal-Based Research in Support of Precision Medicine. Today, we are immensely privileged to have a distinguished panel of speakers and experts, each of whom has made significant contributions to the field of animal-based research and its intersection with human health. I would like to welcome our chief guest and the keynote speaker, Professor Toru Takayo, from the Center for Animal Resources and Development at the Kumamoto University, Japan. Thank you very much for coming, sir. I also will extend a warm welcome to our esteemed guest of honor, Dr. Sepalika Sudasinghe, Director of the National Science Foundation of Sri Lanka, whose support and leadership is integral to the growth and success of the scientific community in Sri Lanka. The long-standing collaboration between our association and the Medical Research Institute has been a cornerstone in advancing our shared commitment to responsible and ethical research. It is with great pleasure that I extend a warm welcome to the guest of honor, the Deputy Director of Medical Research Institute of Sri Lanka, to these sessions. I would also like to welcome our guest speakers, both local and international, Professor Sugandhika Suresh from the Faculty of Medical Sciences, University of Sri Javadanapura, Professor Cholavat Pacharinsak from the Stanford University, USA, Professor Suresh Pusala from Akasta Health and Oncoseek Biology Private Limited, India, Dr. Mari Thammitya Godage, the former head of the Medical Research Institute, Sri Lanka, Professor Marcel Frajblatt from the International Council for Laboratory Animal Science, who will be joining online today, Dr. Patrick Sharp from the University of California, USA, our founding president, Professor Mangala Gunatilaka from the Department of Physiology, Faculty of Medicine, University of Colombo, Dr. Satahiro Nakio, Center for Animal Resources and Development, Kumamoto University, Japan, Dr. Aravind Dingle, President of the Indian College of Laboratory Medicine, India, the Professor Pascal Lafontaine, Grinnell College, USA. Welcome, sir, madam. I extend a special welcome to our sponsors, manager of the People's Bank Town Hall branch, and the representatives joining online from ICLAS and Laboratory Animal Limited, UK, and Helinta Products. I would also like to thank all my colleagues from the Department of Zoology and Environment Science, University of Colombo, and I'm truly honored to have them here today. Thank you very much for joining. I welcome all the collaborators, past presidents, ESCO members, volunteers, medical personnel, and my dear students to this event. Even though there will be an official vote of thanks before I conclude, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the distinguished guest, organizing committee, the sponsors, EXCO members, and all those who have worked hard to make this event a success. In closing, I would like to reiterate how happy we are to have you here today. Thank you very much for joining.
Thank you very much, Dr. Amarasekara, for that warm welcome. And I would like to invite to our head table our chief guest of the day, Professor Toru Takayo, the Director of the Center for Animal Resource and Development, Kumamoto University, Japan. Our guest of honor, Dr. Sepalika Sudasinghe, the Director of National Science Foundation of Sri Lanka, and Dr. Suranga Dolamulla, the Director of Medical Research Institute of Sri Lanka, and the President of Sri Lanka Association for Laboratory Animal Sciences, Dr. Sajini Amarasekara, the Honorary Secretary, Ms. Pyumika Yapa, and the Treasurer, Dr. Anusha Senaviratne, to be seated in the head table. We would like to invite our distinct honor to introduce and invite our esteemed chief guest, Professor Toru Takio, the director from the Center for Animal Resources and Development, Kumamoto University, Japan. Professor Toru Takio is a renowned figure in the field of animal resource and development, whose groundbreaking contributions have had a profound impact on the global scientific community. We are extremely privileged to have him here with us today to deliver the chief guest address. Over to you, sir.
Okay, very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I'd like to extend my warmest congratulations to the organizers and participants of the 12th Scientific Session and the International Conference. And also, I'd like to express my deepest gratitude to members of the Sri Lanka Association for Laboratory Animal Sciences. It is a great honor for me to attend the successful SLALAS conference as a guest speaker. It is through conferences like this, the boundary of scientific knowledge are expanded, innovative partnership are funded, and meaningful progress is made. I'm very looking forward to engaging in throughout-provoking discussions, exchange groundbreaking ideas, and contributing to achieving the theme towards One Health. I hope this conference not only achieves its immediate goals, but also leave an enduring legacy that strengthens global scientific community and improve laboratory animal science. Once again, congratulations to SLALAS members and everyone involved in hosting and organizing the remarkable events. Wishing you all a memorable and impactful conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Takio. We now turn to our guest of honor for the day. It's my privilege to invite Dr. Suranga Dolamulla, the director in the Medical Research Institute of Sri Lanka, to deliver his address.
Good morning, everybody, distinguished guests, participants, and my dear colleagues. First of all, I would like to offer our sincere gratitude for inviting us for this prestigious event of your association. As we all know, emerging and re-emerging diseases of zoonotic origin is a very big, it's a huge challenge for the global health. In this scenario, actually, hitherto, this one, the practice of One Health approach is the practice of the interface animal health, human health, and considering the environmental health in the global scenario. But we have to address in a very broad perspective in this regard when it's come to today's challenges of this global health. In that case, going from generalized approach to the specific approach, I think as the name implies, this precision medicine can play a vital role in this field. Therefore, your association has selected a topical theme in this regard to have these academic sessions of this year. I think that is very much relevant for us also, being a prestigious institute of having the commemoration of 125th of anniversary in this year. Considering the social determinants of health and also clinical determinants of health and also genetic determinants of health, I think this topic is of prime importance in this connection. So I would like to offer my best wishes for your academic sessions this year on behalf of Director MRI, and I wish you all the best for today's event of success. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. In behalf of the Director of the Medical Research Institute, we invite Dr. P.V.N. Amarasinghe, the Deputy Director of Medical Research Institute of Sri Lanka, to receive a token of appreciation from Sri Lanka Association for Laboratory Animal Science. I now kindly invite Dr. Sajani Amarasekara, our President, to present the token of appreciation in recognition of his time and valuable contribution. Thank you very much, sir and madam. Once again, it's now my pleasure to invite Dr. Sajani Amarasekara, the President of Sri Lanka Association for Laboratory Animal Science for the year 2024-2025 to deliver the presidential address. To read the citation for Dr. Amarasekara, I cordially invite Professor Mangala Gunathilaka, the Founder President of Sri Lanka Association for Laboratory Animal Science and President of the term 2023-2024. Over to you, madam.
Thank you. Good morning to all of you. And it is with great pleasure I would like to read the citation of the current President of the Sri Lanka Association for Laboratory Animal Science, Dr. Sachini Amarasekara. Dr. Dulshara Sachini Amarasekara is a senior lecturer in the Department of Zoology and Environment Sciences at the University of Colombo, Sri Lanka. She holds a PhD in molecular biotechnology from Chungam National University, South Korea, earned under the Korean Government Scholarship Program in 2023. She also completed a postgraduate diploma in laboratory animal science from the Faculty of Medicine, University of Colombo. Her research interests focus on autoimmune diseases, osteoimmunology, and inflammatory bowel diseases, with a particular emphasis on laboratory animal models. Dr. Amarasekara is an active member of several professional bodies, including the Sri Lanka Association for Laboratory Animal Science, where she has held multiple leadership roles, as well as the Society for Alternatives to Animal Testing in Sri Lanka, and the Sri Lanka Association for the Advancement of Science. She has received numerous awards, including the GlaxoSmithKline Gold Medal for the Best Postgraduate Student from the Institute of Biochemistry, Molecular Biology and Biotechnology, University of Colombo, as well as the Senate Award for Research Excellence in Early Career category from the University of Colombo for 3 years. Additionally, she was honored with the National Research Council Merit Award for Scientific Publication in 2014 and the Asian Federation of Laboratory Animal Sciences Award for Young Scientists in 2023. Dr. Amarasekara is also an editorial board member of the Animal Models and Experimental Medicine Journal and serves as Vice President of the Asian Federation for Laboratory Animal Science. Beyond her academic and professional commitments, she is actively involved in outreach activities, including serving as the president of the GKS Alumni Association, Sri Lanka Chapter 2022 to 2024, and as the Global Korea Scholarship Public Envoy for Sri Lanka, appointed by the National Institute of International Education, Ministry of Education, South Korea, for 2022 to 2023. So with that brief introduction, let me invite our current president, Dr. Sachini Amarasekara, to deliver her presidential address.
So as the 12th president of the Sri Lanka Association for Laboratory Animal Science, it's my honor to deliver this presidential address in front of an eminent audience like you all. So I would like to dedicate this talk to all the lab animals who have sacrificed their lives for the benefit of humankind. This year's theme for SLALAS was Towards One Health, Responsible, Reproducible, Animal-Based Research in Support of Precision Medicine. So in line with that theme, I have selected Building a Culture of Care, Advancing Responsible, Reproducible Animal Research for Precision Medicine in the One Health Era as my presidential address title. I know it's a little complex, so since we have undergraduates also as the audience, I have divided this topic into several segments where I will be talking about One Health, precision medicine, culture of care in laboratory animal science, and the importance of responsibility and reproducibility in animal-based research in establishing a good culture of care. So when we look at One Health, it's a multi-sectoral approach to understanding and addressing the health issues we have, the animals have, and the environment is facing. So we consider all these human, environmental, and animal health issues are interconnected. And we have been talking about One Health for a while. It's not totally new, but with the emergence of significant number of zoonotic diseases worldwide and becoming world issues, we are now starting to talk about it again and again because we can see that there are several more zoonotic diseases coming in the future, which is going to be challenging for all of us. So we have started to talk about One Health as a new topic, I would say. So even though it was existing for a while, we have started it again. And if I talk about the history of One Health, during the time of Hippocrates in the 4th century, he explained that the clean environment is very important for human health. And starting from Hippocrates, then Rudolf Virchow, he started talking about zoonosis and explaining that human and animal health is linked to each other. So with all this, now we have seen close contact between humans and wild animals is increasing, probably because of the growing global population. So we have a higher chance of getting exposed to zoonotic diseases. And there's climate change making it more challenging for all of making it more challenging for us to face these health issues. Increasing mobility and human penetration. Due to global increasing global population, we have to look for places to live and we have to find more food. So we start penetrating into previously untouched habitats, we start deforestation, and we started industrial agriculture and intensified livestock farming. So due to all these things, we are getting more exposed to wild animals. So the chances of us getting zoonotic diseases are increasing day by day. So when we talk about zoonotic diseases, now the experts have started to suggest that we have to look at the health of animals and the environment if we want to combat these issues, not only the human health. Because people are now, as I told you, people are now continuously engaging more and more with animals and environment as well. So even the WHO director says that we can only prevent future pandemics with an integrated One Health approach to public health, animal health, and the environment we share. So with that introduction to One Health, I would like to highlight on how medicine has supported the One Health aspect from ancient times. So medicine can support One Health by focusing on prevention, diagnosis, and treatment of diseases in humans and animals and the environment. So if we talk about the different areas of medicine, we had intuitive medicine where we were looking at the symptoms of diseases, common symptoms of diseases, and we gave medication depending on those symptoms for some time. And then we started looking at the evidence, and depending on that, we started prescribing medicine to people. So in evidence-based medicine, what we could see was if we treat 100 people, sometimes 80 people, 90 people will get cured, or they will get improved. And you will see some people, around 10 to 15 people, they don't see any improvement. And there will be very less number of people again with some toxicities. So in order to find a solution for that, and also with the influence of the Human Genome Project that was coming up those days, from 2010 onwards, we have started to talk about precision medicine, where we look at the genetics of such individuals to identify why they are not responding to such drugs. And then we have moved on with precision medicine up to now. So now we know that one size does not fit all, so we have to look at, because each of us are different, so we have to look at each of us individually. So we have precision medicine now, where we look at the genes and the environment may live in and the lifestyle of people. So if we compare this with current medicine and future, the medicine precision medicine we practice, in current medicine or the evidence-based medicine we used to practice, we prescribe the drug to someone, as I told. Maybe if we consider a cancer, we will give chemotherapy or radiotherapy, irrespective of their genetic components. And after a while, we may see that this patient is not responding to this drug. So what happens? By the time we get to know that the person is not responding to the drug, we have wasted so much of money, we have wasted time, and the person was not improving too. So in case of precision medicine, what we can do is we can first identify whether the person is having some resistance to that drug, maybe for chemotherapy or radiotherapy, looking at it, his or her genetic component, and then decide the medicine depending on that. So tailoring medical treatment to the individual characteristics of each patient is considered as precision medicine. So the right dose of drug, right indication for the right patient at the right time is precision medicine. I have been talking about precision medicine and One Health for a long time, and in a laboratory animal science conference, please bear with me. So when we take precision medicine, we can use it to check the drug responses in patients, because When we check drug responses, we look at pharmacokinetic properties and pharmacodynamic properties. And some individuals, depending on the genetic polymorphisms they carry, sometimes they don't show any drug response. So it is very easy when we have personalized medicine, we can look at their genetic polymorphisms and see whether the person will respond to certain drugs or not. We can also improve patient care. So if I take this very commonly used drug warfarin, it's a blood thinning medication which targets a particular gene called VKORC1, and it is metabolized in part by the gene CYP2C9. So there's this naturally occurring genetic variation in both these genes that can lead to variation in pharmacodynamic and pharmacokinetic properties of the drug. So it will change variation in the individual's response to warfarin. So the US Food and Drug Administration has recommended that if you want to give a warfarin as a drug, you have to first consider the individual's genotype. So that is how the precision medicine can improve patient care. Then it can reduce the health cost and the time. If I take imatinib as an example, this is used to treat CML or chronic myelogenous leukemia. So these patients, usually most of them, they have this Philadelphia chromosome, and if you have it, you will respond to imatinib. But in certain patients, you don't have this Philadelphia chromosome, and if you keep on treating that patient, still we are wasting time. There won't be any progress in the patient. So if we check that first to see whether the Philadelphia chromosome is present or not, then we can reduce the health cost and the time. It can also help disease control and surveillance. This is one of the studies that we do recently. So in psoriasis and psoriatic arthritis individuals, HLA-CW6 is causing severe disease, and HLA-B27 is causing psoriatic arthritis. So when we check this presence of these alleles, especially in children or pediatric patients, the doctors can identify the symptoms early, and by the onset, they know what's going to happen, so they can be careful and they can look at disease control strategies, and so precision medicine can help disease control or surveillance in this case. So I have given few examples of how precision medicine can help human, and it can also help veterinarians, because now it's known that certain dog breeds, they get these cancers, especially boxers. They have genetic predisposition to certain type of cancers, such as lymphomas. So we can use precision medicine to identify whether the dog is genetically predisposed or not. So we can screen him and see whether the dog is developing any symptoms if he has the genetic cause. And also we have the, hip dysplasia in large breed dogs is a problem. Most of you will agree, most of the veterinarians here. So now we have this genetic test to identify the predisposition to hip dysplasia. So likewise, precision medicine not only supports human health, it can also support animal health. So if I summarize what I was talking about, personalized medicine or precision medicine can lead to improved patient care, disease prevention and surveillance, reduction in health cost and time, and it can also stimulate new drug development. So, personalized health care for humans and animals by understanding genetic predispositions and environmental influences can promote One Health, as you understand. So what is the role of lab animals? Why am I talking about this here? So the lab animals can drive precision medicine forward by helping us with different aspects, like modeling human diseases, testing new treatment methods, and understanding genetic variability. So for example, this APC min mice model that is used, they develop spontaneous colorectal tumors by the week of 10, visible tumors by the week of 10. So this mouse model can be used to try new treatment. So for the students here, if you want to look at the anti-cancer properties of a certain plant extract, you can give this to these mice and see whether the number of tumors are decreasing or whether there's no change at all. So likewise, you can test new treatment methods, and also you can model human diseases. Obviously, this is similar to colorectal tumors in human, and also understand the genetic variability. So for example, if you can cross these animals with another knockout animal. So what you can see here is that they have crossed these APC min mice who are spontaneously developing colorectal cancers with RAB2 as I can RAB25 knockouts. So when they have this double knockout conditions, you can see in this right side, the number of tumors are increasing. So that means when there's genetic variability or when their conditions change, you can see the number of tumors can increase, or sometimes in another experiment, it can decrease. So you can perform such experiments using these mice. And also further to modeling of human diseases like cancers, we can also use them for modeling neurodegenerative diseases. And so these animals can be genetically modified or bred to develop diseases that mimic human conditions. We can also perform immune system studies. So this is one of the researchers we have done to identify the effects of the TDAC51 gene in inflammatory bowel disease, where we could find that the deficiency of this gene can reduce the amount of pro-inflammatory cytokines that is produced. That means it has some effects on the immune system. So this is just an example. So we can do a lot of things, a lot of immune system related experiments. Not only the serum related cytokines, you can look at the expression of these cytokines in the colon tissues of IBD mice. So you can apply these into any field of your choice. Then we can also further to genetic variability and modeling human diseases. Now in this study, what we have done is we have again made these TDAC51 knockout mice, and we have observed this abnormal behavior of mice. When the gene is knocked out, they don't show maternal behavior. So, and when we introduce the gene again and make these transgenic mice, they start to show the maternal behavior again. So so this is similar to postpartum depression in females in human. So that's why I was telling that these mice, using mice, we can mimic or try to understand the mechanisms of human diseases and the role of the certain genes that is causing human diseases. Right, so I think with this you all will agree that the animals have helped us immensely in understanding precision medicine. So, and we all talk about the 3 R's. We all talk about reducing the number of animals in use. So can we go for complete replacement? During the last scientific session. People were predicting that we will soon come to that time. However, up to now, we were not able to go to that state. So somehow we have to perform, as you all know, in the drug development pipeline, we have to perform preclinical testing. So somehow we have to do animal studies. So whenever is need, only when it is needed. So if you have to do animal studies like that, then you have to think of a good culture of care for those animals and the people who handle those animals, and also the stakeholders that we work with. I'm honored to talk about this topic in front of Dr. Suresh Pusala, from whom I have learned this topic. I'm grateful to him. So what is culture of care? Coming into culture of care talks about commitment to improving animal welfare. So all this time we were talking about animal welfare only. But it is also about the welfare of the personnel who are involved. It talks about scientific quality and the transparency for stakeholders. So what is care? If you go to a hospital when you feel sick, you expect the doctor to give some medicine, and you will get some medicine, and after coming home, still you don't feel like that you got some medicine, or you are not happy, especially the elderly people. Sometimes even when you go to the doctor and talk to him, coming back home, you think, okay, I'm all right. So that is the feeling that you are being cared from someone. So this is very common with elderly people. So they start emotionally dependent on the medical practitioner. You feel that you are cared. It's the same for your animals. So usually you can give food, water, our usual husbandry practices, and ensure the welfare. But do you think that they will feel that they are cared? So that feeling, we have to try our best to give that feeling by providing them with some things that can make them happy. So we will talk about it. So that is about care, and I told you what is culture of care is all about. And now what should we do to have this culture of care in our institution or in your office or in your lab, animal center? Right. So the key requirement for culture of care, obviously because we were talking about animal welfare, you should have effective implementation of the 3 R's. Right? 3 R's, probably the students might know. I hope you all know about the 3 R's concept. So it's replacement, reduction, and refinement. That this concept was introduced by Russell and Birch in 1959. So replacement, as I told earlier, we can go for complete replacement or partial replacement. So until now, I don't know whether we can go for complete replacement. Hopefully we will reach there soon. However, now we can go for partial replacement and try as much as possible to reduce the number of animals in use. So we can use low order animals and in vitro cultures and those things. So I'm not going to go into detail about replacement. And if you replace, you can reduce the number of animals in use. And in addition to that, we can also reduce the number of animals by selecting a correct animal model. So how do we select a correct animal model? You will definitely have to, I hope some of you might have heard about the 3 S's, which is good science, good sense, and good sensibilities. You have to do a good literature search, and you have to plan your research well and do a proper statistical analysis, because most of the time when you ask the students, how did you calculate this? Madam, I took this just because it was there in the previous paper. You can't do research like that. So you have to do a proper statistical analysis and select a model that is matching with your requirement to do your animal research. And then good sense. You should have a good sense, a valid, translatable animal model only when essential and with proper training. Actually, you should have a proper training at the beginning of your career. So a trained person will never cause stress and pain to an animal. They can cause, but the amount of stress and distress the animal will undergo will be reduced. So how do we select a translatable, valid animal model? For that, again, you have to read and see what has happened previously, what type of animal I should use, and so on. So when you are selecting an animal model, another problem we see now is the sex bias. So if you look at this graph, you can see many of the scientific experiments. Now, if I ask you to raise your hand, especially the students, so which kind of animals you use, what is the sex of the animal, you will probably say males. So many of the research that we have done so far is with male animals. So you can see that there's a sex bias in preclinical research, we know. So as a result, this famous drug Ambien, we had to reduce the dose for females because the preclinical trials have been done in males. And then the females, even after consuming, even in the morning, they started feeling dizzy and sleepy. So then we had to reduce it to the half dose for females. So likewise, if you do research with only one gender, later it can create problems. Of course, if it is a female prevalent disease or a male prevalent disease, then it can be scientific to use just one gender. For example, you can do breast cancer research only with female mice, and prostate cancer research with male mice. So likewise, you have to select the animal according to your type of research. And then you would say, now we are supposed to use less number of animals. So why are you asking us to use animals from both sexes? Because you have to follow 3 Rs to reduce. Now madam is asking to add males and females both. Right. So it is because if you do an experiment, now in the previous case where the drug was tested only with males, then sometimes you may have to start the experiment all over again with males and females. And then when you order, Dr. Ramani will probably agree with me, or Dr. Myri will probably agree with me. When people go and order male mice from the Medical Research Institute continuously, so they have excess of female mice. What can we do with that female mice? So there's overproduction. Even though we are supposed to reduce, then you have overproduction of female animals. So likewise, it can result in overproduction of research animals. And sometimes we can be ignoring underlying differences in male versus female stress responses and physiology. And it will result in animal wastage. And sometimes the results are not reproducible and translatable. So we have to think of those aspects when we are selecting animal models for research. And coming back to the 3 Rs, the last one, the other thing that we can do to reduce is by refusal. Now, I know many of you will not like this, but in the SART-SL conference we heard that in certain countries, now they are refusing the proposals if you are doing the same research in different components, different parts of the country, or if you are using animals when a good alternative model is available for that particular experiment. So I think Sri Lanka will also soon reach that level. So we can also consider refusal so that we can reduce the number of animals in use. Right, so coming back to the 3 Rs, refinement can be, refinement is reducing their pain and distress, So for that, we can, the most simplest thing we can do is we can do behavior management of animals. So, now mice, if you take mice and rats, they like to cling to the cage, and they love these wheels, they like to hide. So we can supply some material which will make them happy. So that is behavior management. And in addition, we can, to reduce the pain and distress caused to the animal, you can train the people well, right? As the lecturers, I think as researchers, we also have a responsibility to train the students, and also the students have the responsibility to get themselves trained and do experiments. And we can also go for non-invasive techniques for genotyping if you are using knockout animals. So we have to use genotyping. So for that we can use non-invasive methods like buccal swabs instead of cutting the tip of the tail or the tip of the nails. And then you can, if you want to take multiple blood samples, then you can go for volumetric absorptive microsampling method. And you can also try positive reinforcement, but for this you have to be trained properly, because it's not like you training your dog with a piece of bread or meat to shake hand when you give that, right? So at home we do that, right? We train the dog to give the paw when you give something, with a treat. So we can do the same for the animals. So they will voluntarily give you the hand to bleed, but for that you have to get yourself trained first. So positive reinforcement is a good option, but for that you have to be properly trained. In addition, for keeping them painless and less stressful, we have to follow proper anesthesia procedures, and then you have to do proper post-operative follow-up. So I think if I am to talk about the 3 Rs, I can talk for 2-3 hours. So I will quickly move to the next things that we have to do to implement a proper culture of care in an institution. So the next one is taking responsibility for our actions and caring leadership. So leadership is very important to establish a culture of care. In the institutions, we have top-level management, mid-level management, and lower-level management. So the leader in the institution, irrespective of the fact that whether the person is doing animal research or not, that person should be knowledgeable of animal care and animal research, animal welfare, and the personal welfare. So, and he should commit himself, as the leader, he should commit himself to pass this message to the mid-level and the lower level, so everybody can get together and work to establish a good culture of care in the institution. So when you are a good leader, there should be good direction to establish a good culture of care with aligned and committed nature. In addition, a leader can always, now we mainly focus, always we try to focus more on animal welfare, but as I told before, culture of care is not only about animal welfare, it's about the welfare of the humans as well. So we have to think about the people who work in these facilities or the institutions. So the leaders should always try as much as possible to give proper facilities to the individuals, like bedding disposal units where we have less exposure to allergens, fecal matter and allergens when we are disposing the bedding. And then we can have anesthetic gas scavenging systems. So I think we recently talked about that during our recent workshop. And tailor-made recruitment methods. So the current recruitment practices we have is basically advertising for a proper position, and then you have an interview, and the person who has a lot of certificates with a lot of qualifications, we will recruit. We don't consider whether this person will like the job or whether he will be good at handling animals Or you never ask whether you like to work with animals. Sometimes we recruit people just because we don't have any option. We need someone to work in the animal house, so we recruit them. And when they come to the facility, the animal is not happy because the person doesn't really care about the animal's behavior, animal's happiness. At the same time, the person is not happy. He doesn't want to work with animals. So both parties are not happy, and there won't be any culture of care there. And the leaders can also do staff recognition, where he can give some gifts or some kind of recognition for the people who do well at the institution or follow good culture of care practices. Then a leader should also think about empowering staff members, because the field of laboratory animal science especially is changing very fast, evolving very fast. So you have to try your best. It's not only the responsibility of the leader, actually it's the responsibility of all of us as scientists to empower ourselves with latest techniques so that we can reduce the pain. If you use the animal, you can reduce the pain and distress that the animal is undergoing. Then obviously we should have a good system running. It could be automated systems or for cage washing or bedding changing and all that, or for countries like ours. We can also have manual systems, but clean and proper systems that runs without problems. And routine microbiological monitoring is very important if you want to establish a culture of care. In addition, communication is very, very important in case of if you want to establish a culture of care. Why do I say that? Now, we have this habit of doing research by ourselves, me and my student, she and her student, but you get the help of the technician or the lab attendant, and that technician doesn't know what has happened at the end. He is clueless. The lab attendant just helps, and he doesn't have any updates about what's going on. So they just know that madam is killing animals, and now, okay, now this month that experiment is over. Next month I have to bring another set of animals and kill. So this is the kind of feeling they have, because we don't properly communicate what we are doing. So I'm not telling that we have to tell the exact result. We don't have to give them data, but you have to let them know in a very simple manner what we were doing and what are we expecting and what are the results we got. And the other thing, when you have different people working in animal facilities or in the institution, as humans, we can make mistakes. There should be a proper way of communicating those mistakes to all individuals so that others will not get into trouble because of the mistake done by that particular person. So all this comes under communication. And another thing that happens now, I will be talking about the emotional aspects of handling animals. So certain individuals, they are very weak at heart, so they have problems, so they want to talk. Sometimes they don't find people to talk about their emotional problems. Just in case if an animal, if one rat dies and he wants to share that with another colleague, I mean, we don't have such way of communications, going for a tea or a coffee and talking about this and how I feel. Right? So those kind of communication, one-to-one communication, going out for a tea and communication, that kind of communication can also help to establish a good culture of care, because we also think about the people who are engaged in animal research. So if we have proper communication like that, not only with such people, even our stakeholders, now the public, the society is our stakeholder, right? So we have to let them know what we do. So there are a lot of controversies over usage of animals in research. So I feel that some of these controversies can be reduced if we properly communicate with the public in lay terms. If we can communicate to them what we are doing and why we are doing this, these problems can be reduced up to a certain extent. And post-approval monitoring is also something important to establish a culture of care. Now, countries like Sri Lanka, we don't go for IACUC approvals, but let me talk about our ERC, Ethical Committee approvals. So after taking ethical committee approvals, nobody is bothered about what we are doing. And there's no post-approval follow-up. We just take the approval letter and then we are free to do what we want. So post-approval monitoring is something very important if you want to establish a good culture of care, because then people will be more considered about animal usage in research. And another thing that is becoming very difficult for countries like ours, due to our cultural and traditional practices, is culture of challenge. Now, we have been listening to our senior lecturers, senior colleagues, or senior academics for a long time. So this is the way we did it for these many years. So we just listen to it and we never go against that. But you have to start practicing culture of challenge in a nice way. If you think that method is wrong, or if you have a better idea, you can nicely try to tell that person, why don't we try this? I feel this is better. Not in a very offensive manner, but in a nice way. So you have to try to practice culture of challenge if you want to establish a good culture of care in an institution. In addition to the 3 R's I was talking about, there are some more R's, because I told you that I'm going to talk about responsibility also. Anyway, so to come back to the R's, we have rehabilitation, where we can use the same animal for a different protocol, but we have to make sure that the animal is not undergoing suffering continuously. Right? So this has to be decided depending on the experiment you used to do, thinking about the human endpoints and all that. So rehabilitation can be done if it matches with your need. You can use it for a secondary purpose. Then remembrance. So before I talk about remembrance, I hope many of you have heard about compassion fatigue, because we talk about, we have these animals, especially the laboratory facilities who breed animals. So you grow them from the day one, and then finally you have to sacrifice the animal. So it becomes very difficult for the people. Due to compassion, it becomes very difficult for the person to see that the animal is going to die. So that is what is happening at the end, right? So due to compassion fatigue, many people are suffering in silence. So remembrance is something that you can do to give them some kind of relief from that feeling, from compassion fatigue. In addition, you know that there are remembrance activities conducted in different parts of the world, including US, China, Korea, Japan, and even we have conducted few activities very recently. So if you start to do remembrance activities, in addition to help compassion fatigue, you can also develop some respectful attitudes against animals and some respectful behavior towards animals. So that will help to establish a good culture of care. So these were the activities we conducted. University of Sri Jayawardhanapura have been conducting alms givings for the past 3 years, in remembering all the animals that were used in research. I think that was done in Thailand as well. And recently at the University of Colombo, for the Asia Laboratory Animal Day, we planted this tree as a symbol of respect to the laboratory animals used in research. Then the next R is retirement. So we can't be using animals in research continuously. There should be, for us, we have an age for retirement. So the animals should also have an age for retirement. So for that, now we have established retirement sanctuaries, and after a certain time, they can retire and go back to their normal life. But again, that should be done with care, because if they have undergone any kind of genetic alterations and all, it can affect. So we have to do that with care. And then responsibility. So I was telling that I'm going to talk about responsibility. Responsibility refers to all ethical, legal, and professional obligations involved in the care, use, and management of animals in research settings. So I know many people can take these responsibilities of animal care very lightly, but responsibilities, if you work with animals, you have to think about animal welfare, ethical considerations. You have to have compliance with regulations of that particular country, the region, and the global arena. And training and education is your responsibility, as well as your supervisors or the students' responsibility. And the scientific integrity, giving good results, good science, giving good things to the society is again your responsibility. So if you have that with you, you are helping to establish a culture of care in your institution. The last R I'm going to talk about is reproducibility. So reproducibility provides comprehensive descriptions of methodologies. Many of you must have heard about the ARRIVE guidelines. When we report in vivo experiments, we have to follow ARRIVE guidelines, especially if you want to publish it in a good journal. So you have to give out some results that is reproducible by someone else. Your results, your conclusions should be repeated by someone else who is doing the same thing. So you have to produce, you have to have robust study designs to address the research questions. Then have to calculate appropriate animal numbers and do proper statistical analysis to warrant statistical validity and transparency in reporting and sharing of information to allow those data to be reproduced, and then it can be generalized to be established. So in addition to establishing or implementing the 3 R's to animals and the other R's to animal welfare and human welfare, we can also apply 3 R's to human or people. So replacing all those who don't want to do animal research. So that could be a responsibility of the leader. So he can take a decision to replace those who doesn't want to work in animal areas or animal-based research, and then reduce the number of people working in animal research to the most necessary number, because many people around the animals, it can cause much more stress to the animals. And then ensure the staff are highly skilled by providing education and training. Then refinement can be done to people by animal research professionals' mental stress. I was talking about compassion fatigue. So you have to think about the emotional things that these people undergo when they work with animals. So you have to consider the professional's mental stress, give some support and resiliency advice, especially in early career and young students. They find it very difficult to work with animals. So this is how we can apply the 3 R's principles to people. Right. So if I try to summarize what I was talking about under culture of care, if we have a proper culture of care in practice, by implementing the 3 Rs, effective communication and all that. And then if we have a proper system like good housing, enrichment, proper nutrition and all, then this culture and systems can build a strong culture of care in the institution. And then that institution can give out good results, because a happy animal can always give good results. You are not working with stressed animals, with animals who have released stress hormones and all that. They should be in normal physiological status to give out a good result, right? So you will give out some good results. When you give out good results, you are doing it for humans, right? So that result can do good for the society. And if you follow proper animal welfare guidelines, that is good for the animals. So you can see how all these things are interconnected. So if you have a good culture of care, it can lead to good science. And the reason why I was talking about One Health, precision medicine, and culture of care is to show you that through proper scientific practices, with a good culture of care, 3 Rs, effective communication, leadership, responsibility, reproducibility, that can lead to good science. And it can help precision medicine, because as we discussed previously, precision medicine is extremely important to in case of One Health. So precision medicine for humans, animals, for the environment. I am not an environment expert, so I did not want to talk about it. But I know now we are talking about precision medicine, where we talk about environment and human interactions. So I didn't want to get into that because I'm not an expert on that. Maybe in the future I will get into that as well. So if you do good science, following all these culture of care practices, and that can lead to good results, good outcomes from your precision medical practices, and it can lead to One Health, which will help human, animals, basically, depending on what I talk today, and also the environmental health, because all these ecosystems and all that are connected to humans and animals. So that is the end of summary of my whole talk. And I think I'm on time. I'm not sure though. So anyway, so before I conclude, I would like to pay tribute to my parents and the family who has been extremely helpful throughout the years, especially during the hard times. And to my mentors, Professor Preeti Udagama, Professor Sumedha Vijayaratna, for laying a very good foundation for research and education. For Professor Jerang Ro from South Korea for introducing me to the field of precision medicine, and Professor Mangala Gunathilaka and Dr. Mayurutham Indiagodage for introducing me into this field and giving a lot of opportunities and mentoring us continuously. I'm sorry, I'm a little emotional. And finally, to my alma mater, Takshila Primary College, Horana, and the Balika Vidyalaya, Colombo, University of Bangalore, University of Colombo, and Chungnam National University. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sachini Amarasekara, the President of Sri Lanka Association for Laboratory Animal Science, for that informative address and setting the stage for the theme toward One Health, responsible and reproducible animal-based research in support of precision medicine. Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached an important moment in our today's event. It is now time to officially present the symposium proceedings to our chief guest, keynote speakers, and other distinguished guests. To carry out this significant task, I would like to invite Dr. Sachini Amarasekara, the President of Sri Lanka Association for Laboratory Animal Science, and Ms. Chetlia Ishak, the editor of the proceedings, to come forward and make the presentation of proceedings. In line with our commitment to sustainability, we have opted for an eco-friendly approach. The proceedings will be shared as e-copies, which will be emailed to all the recipients now. Additionally, the proceedings will be uploaded to the official website of Sri Lanka Association for Laboratory Animal Science, making them easily accessible to all participants and stakeholders. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining us in celebrating this important milestone of today's symposium. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to an inspiring segment of today's program, the awarding of Sri Lanka Association for Laboratory Animal Science Seed Grant. The SLALAS Seed Grant initiative has been designed to support innovative research in laboratory animal science. The objectives of these initiatives are to improve the welfare and living conditions of laboratory animals by facilitating researchers with financial support, to ensure the humane treatment, ethical care, and responsible use of laboratory animals. And this grant aims to fund projects that address the critical areas in laboratory animal science, including refining husbandry practices, enhancing enrichment strategies, and developing improved animal care protocols, as well as developing and implementing strategies to reduce stress and discomfort in laboratory animals, including alternatives to traditional methods like oral gavaging, as well as to explore the cost-effective, sustainable, and nutritious feed alternatives using locally available ingredients and advancing the overall well-being of laboratory animals. Ladies and gentlemen, give a huge round of applause to the well-deserving two winners of Sri Lanka Association for Laboratory Animal Science Seed Grant, C.A. Fernando from Research and Innovation Division, KIU University. And our second winner, Dr. Ureshini Karunaratna from Department of Basic Sciences, Faculty of Allied Health Sciences, University of Sri Jayawardhanapura. Congratulations for both winners for SLALAS Seed Grant, and we look forward to seeing the incredible advancements and innovations your work will bring out. And Sri Lanka Association for Laboratory Animal Science will communicate with you with the grant receiver. Thank you, everyone. And earlier, I had the honor of announcing the felicitation of Dr. Mairita Metiagodage for her incredible contributions to animal medical research. It truly speaks volumes about her profound impact and dedication to this field. Once again, we are delighted to announce the special event to honor and celebrate the remarkable contributions of Dr. Mairita Metiagodage for her dedicated and long-standing services in animal medical research. Ladies and gentlemen, as we extend our heartfelt felicitations to Dr. Mairita Metiagodage, the former head of the Animal Center, Medical Research Institute of Colombo, I would like to invite Professor Mangala Gunatilaka to read the citation in honor of the Dr. Mairita Metiagodage's remarkable contributions. Over to you, Madam.
So, it is with great pleasure I would like to read the citation of Dr. Mayurita Mitiagodage. She is a batchmate of mine during my undergraduate time period. Dr. Mayurita Mitiagodage is a veterinarian who has served in the laboratory animal discipline for more than 30 years. In 1994, she began her career as a laboratory animal veterinarian by joining the Medical Research Institute, and in 1996, she received special training in Japan. In returning to the country after 9 months of training in Japan, she contributed to the section by maintaining inbred and outbred colonies required for the laboratory animal research. producing laboratory animal feed for the animal colonies, performing microbiological monitoring, collaborating with research activities, and conducting teaching and training activities. In 2007, she joined the research activities on chronic kidney disease with unknown origin, a disease entity that was prevalent among the farming communities in the north central province in Sri Lanka, and performed research to find out the etiology of the disease condition using animal models. Her CKDU research career lasted nearly 17 years, and she published many papers in local and international journals and received many prestigious awards, including the S. Ramachandran Award given to the best paper on kidney disease by the Sri Lanka Medical Association, twice for her work on CKDU. In 2010, she became the head of the section of the Laboratory Animal Center at Medical Research Institute and served until December 2024. She became the president of the Sri Lanka Association for Laboratory Animal Science in 2014. She holds several responsible positions in the Sri Lanka Association for the Advancement of Science, such as the president of Section A. In 2015, the chairperson of the General Research Committee in 2018, and as a committee member of the Science and Technology Advisory Committee and the Ethics Committee of SLALAS, Sri Lanka Association for the Advancement of Science, from 2021 to 2024. And she also prepared a few book chapters for the guidebook on laboratory animal science, which was launched by the GRC of Sri Lanka Association for the Advancement of Science recently. She contributed to the development of the guideline for care and use of laboratory animals for scientific research prepared by the Sri Lanka Association for Laboratory Animal Science. She presented at the Asian Federation of Laboratory Animal Science Congress in 2018 and in Singapore, and in 2023 she represented Sri Lanka at the SLALAS Congress in South Korea under the theme of Role of Laboratory Animal Veterinarians in Asia. At present, she serves as a council member of the Asia Pacific College of Laboratory Animal Medicine. With that brief citation, I would like to invite Dr. Mayuri Thammitiyagodage for the felicitation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Gunathilaka, for those eloquent and heartfelt words. It's now my pleasure to invite both Professor Mangala Gunathilaka and Dr. Sachini Amarasekara to present tokens of appreciation to Dr. Mayuri Thammitiyagodage as a gesture of our profound gratitude and respect for her invaluable service. May I also kindly request the members of Executive Committee to join us at the front as we commemorate this memorable moment together. And also, we are privileged to have a distinguished guest among us this morning, Dr. Thammitiyagodage's father, whose love, guidance, and support have played a key role in shaping her remarkable journey.
really happy and I'm really proud to be felicitated. And especially when my parents and family is here, they are the pillars of my success. And I dedicated. I don't think I did something extra special. I did my duty. And I would like to thank the Medical Research Institute for allowing me to mature and deliver good services. And if they were not there to support me, I'm not here to be felicitated like this. And all my colleagues, and especially Professor Mangala, she took the association to next level, international level, and all the followers, they are taking good this into the laboratory animal field. I hope with our chief guest and all that, our expectation is taking this to the next level. Dr. Suresh Pusal and other distinguished gatherings, they will help us to take this into the next level, equal to the rest of the globe. We did something basic. From there, they have traveled a long way to reach to this level. Thank you very much, and I hope.
Thank you, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, give a huge round of applause to Dr. Mairita Matiagodage, the former head of Animal Center Medical Research Institute of Colombo. And with that, we have come to the end of inaugural ceremony. And now, I invite Ms. Pyumika Yapa, Honorary Secretary of Sri Lanka Association for Laboratory Animal Science for the term 2024-2025, to deliver the vote of thanks.
A very good morning, all of you. Distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, honorable sponsors, and dear colleagues. On behalf of the Sri Lanka Association for Laboratory Animal Science, I extend my warmest gratitude to all those who have contributed to the success of this remarkable event. First and foremost, I like to express our sincere thanks to our chief guest, Professor Toru Tokyo, for gracing us with his presence and valuable insight. It is truly an honor to have you here today, sir. We are also deeply grateful to our esteemed guest of honor, Dr. Suranga Dolamulla, Director of the Medical Research Institute, and Dr. Sepalika Sudasinghe, Director of the National Science Foundation. Your support and commitment to advance in the field of laboratory animal science in Sri Lanka is truly inspiring. And we are thankful for your contributions to this inaugural session, sir. A special thank you to all of our distinguished international speakers who have generously joined us from across the globe. Professor Cholavat Pacharinsak, Professor Suresh Pusala, Professor Marshall Fajpal, Professor Patrick Sharp, Dr. Satohiro Nakio, Dr. Aravind Ingle, and Professor Pascal T. Lavantet. We truly appreciate your willingness to share your expertise and your time with us, enriching the discussions and offering invaluable perspectives. Our heartfelt thanks go to our sponsors, whose support has been crucial in making this conference possible. A special thank you to ICLAS, our main sponsor, as well as our bronze sponsor, People's Bank Town Hall Branch. And also we are grateful to Helinta, RMT Ceylon, and Atlas Company for their generous contributions. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank all our special invitees and also our members who have attended today for this inaugural session. Your participation is vital to the success of this event, and we are honored to have you with us today. A special thanks to the mace bearer, Mr. Manjula Dhanasiri, and all the presenters from Sri Lanka and also from the international countries, and participants who have participated to this event also. Our appreciation also extended to the staff of the Renuka City Hotel for their impeccable hospitality and assistance in ensuring that everything runs smoothly today for this inaugural session. We would also like to thank FOSS Media for their excellent media coverage and photography, which will help us document and share the highlights of this event with a wider audience. Additionally, our heartfelt thanks go to the students from the University of Colombo for their invaluable support during the conference. Your dedication and assistance have been crucial to the success of this event. Lastly, I would like to thank each and every one of you who has worked behind the scenes to ensure the success of this event. And also my special thanks go to the 12th Executive Committee of the SLALAS. I would like to convey my deepest appreciation for your tireless efforts and dedication in organizing this session. So once again, thank you all of you for your presence today, support and all your contributions. Let us continue to collaborate, share knowledge and work towards the advancement of laboratory animal science in Sri Lanka and beyond. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Appa. As we come to the end of the inauguration ceremony, we warmly invite you all, our distinguished guests, speakers, and attendees to join us for a group photograph to commemorate this special event. Following the group photograph, we encourage everyone to enjoy a refreshing morning tea and take this opportunity to network and connect with fellow participants. Thank you, everyone. Conference of Sri Lanka Association for Laboratory Animal Science themed toward One Health, responsible and reproducible animal-based research in support of precision medicine. We hope you had a refreshing break and are ready to dive into exciting scientific sessions we have planned for the rest of the day. This afternoon, we have privilege to present an exceptional lineup of distinguished speakers from across the globe, each bringing their expertise and unique perspectives on laboratory animal science and precision medicine. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for the keynote address, a highlight of today's event. We are privileged to welcome Professor Toru Takio, the Director at the Center for Animal Resources and Development, Kumamoto University, Japan, to deliver the keynote address. To introduce our esteemed keynote speaker, I invite Dr. Sachini Amarasekara, the President of Sri Lanka Association for Laboratory Animal Science, to the podium. Over to you, Madam.
It's my honor to introduce Professor Toru Takio, who leads the Division of Reproductive Engineering at the Center for Animal Resources and Development, Kumamoto University, Japan. With over 2 decades of experience in reproductive biology and laboratory animal science, he is a globally recognized expert in sperm cryopreservation, in vitro fertilization, and mouse genetic engineering. Professor Takio holds a PhD in pharmaceutical sciences from Kumamoto University, where he also earned his bachelor's and master's degrees. Since joining CARD in 2008, he has advanced from postgraduate researcher to professor with notable international research stints at the University of California, Davis, and the Medical Research Council in UK. A prolific scientist, Prof. Takio has authored over 100 publications, including groundbreaking work on gamete biology and transgenic methodologies. His awards include the Young Investigator Award from the International Society for Transgenic Technology and multiple presentation awards for his pioneering research. Prof. Takio's contributions extend beyond research as he serves as an editorial board of an international committees, including the International Mammalian Genome Society and the Society for the Study of Reproduction. His leadership fosters innovation in laboratory animal science, benefiting both academic and clinical advancement. So let me now invite Professor Toru Takio to deliver the keynote address. Over to you, sir.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. First, I'd like to say thank you for introducing me, Dr. Sachini, and thank you for inviting me to the fantastic meeting. So I'd like to say thank you for all the organizers and the participants. In my talk, I'd like to talk about the establishment of a mouse and rat bank systems to improve laboratory animal science. Okay, first, I'd like to show you the photo of the International Award of the JALAS. I'm a board member of the JALAS, and I'm a vice chair of the international committee member. So thank you for attending the our JALAS meeting as the international awardees. We have the fantastic speakers to our workshop from the SLALAS. Thank you very much. And also, it was a great opportunity to connect me and the SLALAS, and I'm happy to join the hybrid conference and workshop in Sri Lanka in 2021 and 2022. So now, this year, I'm here. I'm very happy. Thank you. Okay, I'd like to talk about reproductive technology. Reproductive technology is very old and new technology. In 1949, sperm cryopreservation techniques was discovered by Dr. Porgy using glycerol. It was cryoprotected. In 1972, Dr. Peter Mazer and Dr. Stanley Lebo and Dr. Whittingham published a paper of the first embryo cryopreservation techniques in mammals. After that, in 1978, Dr. Robert Edwards succeeded in vitro fertilization in human. And also, as you know, in 2010, Dr. Edwards earned the Nobel Prize in medicine or physiological biology. Now, this reproductive technology is widely used in the medical field and agricultural field. Today, I'd like to talk about how we use reproductive technology in laboratory animal science. As you know, the Human Genome Project promotes to understand the gene functions in human. In parallel, the Mouse Genome Project was conducted worldwide. You know, 90% of mouse genes have direct counterparts in human genes. This is an important point in laboratory animal science. In this project, C57 Black 6 mouse was selected to read the DNA sequence. So now many researchers use the B6 strain in this field. And then we conducted knockout mouse project in 2006. In mouse genome project, we read the DNA sequence of mouse genome, and then we produce gene-modified ES cells, and using the cells, we produce we use a genetically modified mice. And after that, we performed phenotyping analysis using the genome editing modified mice. And now we conducted the clinical study using the disease models. This slide shows the International Mouse Phenotyping Consortium, we call IMPC, in 2011. In this project, we performed we have systematic pipeline to examine phenotypes. So now almost half of the genes were identified with these functions. This is the most important project for us, the International Mouse Strain Resource, IMSR. Our institute is a founding member of IMSR. In this project, we produce genetically modified mice and archive the mice in the mouse bank, and we breed the mice and we supply the mouse to the institute worldwide. This is a collaborating project. Okay, our institute is CARD. CARD is 6,000 kilometers far from here. Our city is located in the southern part of Japan. Kumamoto is here. Kumamoto University has now 270 years history. So Kumamoto University is a national university of Japan. And this two building is our institute. Our institute CARD was established as a hub research center for medical and life sciences using genetically engineered mice. In 1998, we have the largest animal facility in the National University of Japan, and we manage the CARD mouse bank. And we also have the phenotyping analysis system. In 2019, we expand the scope to rat. So now we organize a CARD rat bank. Okay, I'd like to talk about more details. Here, I'd like to talk about mouse bank and reproductive technology, and rat bank and reproductive technology. I have two topics. Mouse bank is an important infrastructure in biomedical research with 3 R's policies. This is a guideline of the NC3 R's. Our mouse bank is introduced in the guideline to conduct biomedical research with 3 R's policy. This slide shows mouse bank systems. This system is very simple. The researcher produces genetically modified mice, and the mouse bank receives the mice and stores the sample and manage the data. And any researcher can contact mouse bank, and if the researcher accepts to collaborate with the researcher, we supply the mice. This is a system. Now we have more than 5,000 strains in our mouse bank. And in this system, we store the cryopreserved embryos and sperm without breeding live animals. It reduces cost and space to maintain the huge number of mouse strains. And also data management, also very important. We have a big or huge data about genetically engineered mice, so we systematically organize all information about each mouse strain. You can find our stored mouse via CARD-R base. You put CARD-R base, you can browse our archived mouse lines. now our users, we have 331 users in Japan and 179 institutes use our mouse bank system. And also, we have the international collaboration with the mouse banks in Asia, Europe, and North America, and also the Oceania. In this, our team, we already produced more than 102,000 strain in the project of IMSR. You put IMSR, you can find you can browse these mice. This is a very important point. Now, almost half of resource is existed in Asia. So before 2005, most of the resource existed in North America and Europe. But in 2006, we make an alliance in Asia. So we start to produce original resource in Asia. Now we have the half of resource in Asian community. Mouse Bank provide a system of archive, supply, and data sharing of the genetically engineered mice worldwide. Hopefully, you also have the similar system in Sri Lanka. Next topic is improved reproductive technology. I mentioned reproductive technology is old and new technologies. Before, the sperm cryo and the IVF was not so very good techniques because they only store the sperm and they only make a low proportion of the embryos by in vitro fertilization. But now the techniques is totally different. It's now very improved. I will show you how improved that. This is the performance of the in vitro fertilization and embryo transfer in our institute. Last year, in 2003 to 2004, we performed 576 orders of in vitro fertilization. Our success rate of in vitro fertilization is 82.4%. Before I started this study, the rate was almost 10 to 20%. Now the rate is more higher than four times higher than before. This slide shows the birth rate. After embryo transfer, the 37.3% of embryos develop to pups. This efficiency is very high. Okay, this is my first research project at the University of Kumamoto University. Before, we couldn't use the sperm cryopreservation technique in 2002. So at that time, I was a university student, studied at pharmaceutical science. But I didn't know that many diseases cannot care using the medicines. So I strongly interested in the new medicines based on the genome science. So we decided to to solve this problem. In my research project, we developed a new sperm cryoprotectant and a sperm activation medium and fertilization medium combined with three techniques. Over 80% of fertilization rate was achieved. Before was almost 0 to 20%. Okay, I'd like to give you a small quiz. Which sample do you choose when you receive a new mouse line in your facilities? I recommend embryo and sperm. Now, the transport of laboratory animals is getting more and more difficult. After COVID, many countries don't want to transport live animals through the customs. So researcher was struggling to obtain the mouse samples. However, if we use the transportation of sperm or embryos, we can easily receive the genetically modified mice from collaborators. And also the animal welfare concerns push to stop the transport of laboratory animals. So we need to use the sperm and embryo transport system to overcome the problem. Okay, I will show you the potential risk of the transport of live animals in laboratory animal science. So the transport of live animals have the potential risks of expansion of pathogens and death and escape of animals during transportations. And we have the shipment restrictions, the legal restrictions, animal welfare concerns, and sometimes the mice stuck in customs. So it's also arise animal welfare issues in the custom. And also in Japan, we have the different problem to transport the dry shippers. The dry shipper is a very good shipment device without liquid nitrogen. This is a dry shipper. Dry shipper can keep the very low temperature by liquid nitrogen vapor, so it's totally safe. But some researcher just put the liquid nitrogen in the dry shipper, so shipment company had trouble because the dry shipper was not dry. So we explain the appropriate use of dry shipper to the Japanese researchers. It's the next quiz. How do you expand mouse colonies for a new research project in your facility? I also recommend to use embryos sperm, not natural mating. Okay, this is a system. Now we can use sperm cryo, embryo cryo, and in vitro fertilization and embryo transfers. So our collaborator have never do the natural mating because when they design their research project, we propose how to breed the mouse lines. We receive the animals and we make embryos by in vitro fertilization. So we produce enough number of embryos and stocked in liquid nitrogen. And then we perform the embryo transfer and breed them and supply the mice. And they can easily use perform preclinical study with assigned date at the required number and same birthday. And this is a benefit of the mouse bank. Enhance project resilience against disaster. As you know, Japan have many typhoon and earthquake, and in 2020 we had a pandemic. Some animal research should be stopped. On the other hand, some researchers stock the frozen sample in our mouse banks. We can quickly recover the mouse line using the stocked samples. Okay, mouse banks can support robust transport system, solving the animal welfare concerns, efficient colony expansion, and increasing the project resilience by reproductive technology. Next, I'd like to introduce some reproductive technologies. Before, we use the classic superablation techniques using PMSG and ECGs. Using this technique, we could obtain 20 oocytes from one female mouse. Now, we developed a new superablation techniques using inhibin antiserum. We inject the PMSG and inhibin antiserum. After that, we inject the HCG. Now we can obtain more than 100 oocytes from one female mouse. It improves the efficiency of animal productions. Using these techniques, we can produce 45 pups from one oocyte donor. This is the mechanism of this new superablation technique. In general, the FSH is secreted from pituitary gland and promote follicular development in ovary. At the same time, inhibin is secreted from the ovary. It suppresses the concentration of FSH. This mechanism controls the number of oocytes depends on the mammalian species. Now, we add the ECG. It has a FSH-like effect, and we block the inhibin by inhibin antiserum. So finally, this inhibited effect of inhibin was blocked by inhibin antiserum. That is a mechanism to promote the ovary or follicular development. This technique has some technical limitations. So we have to inject the inhibin antiserum at 4 weeks old of female mice. And also the effect is depend on the mouse strains. C57 BRAC6 and bulb C is a good DBA, and C3H is a very good responder of these techniques. However, some strains was not good response. The good news is this ultra superoperation techniques is useful for immunodeficient mice. So now we tested the effect using NOG mice. The immunodeficient mice are helpful to develop cancer and regenerative medicines. Next, I'd like to introduce sperm cryopreservation and in vitro fertilization. In mice, the sperm cryopreservation was very difficult in mammals because the mouse sperm is very fragile to the physical stress. So in 2000, Professor Naomi Nakagata developed the mouse sperm cryopreservation technique. He is my former professor and my supervisor. In this technique, the most of mouse strain is acceptable to store the sperm, but the technology cannot store the sperm of C57 BRAC6J. So this is a fertilization rate of the C57 BRAC6J mice. Before the almost 10 to 20% the fertilization rate. In my project, we found some amino acid improves the fertilization rate by adding the reagent to sperm cryoprotectant. Now we use the MR18S3 containing raffinose, pentahydrate, and skim milk, and L-glutamine. In my next project, we found methyl beta cyclodextrin induced sperm capacitation by introducing cholesterol efflux. Cholesterol efflux is a very important event to activate mouse sperm, and not only in mouse, in mammal sperm. So I treated methyl beta cyclodextrin to frozen salt mouse sperm. The cyclodextrin removes the cholesterol from the membrane. And also, we have found that reduced glutathione promotes the expansion of zona pellucida and support to penetrate sperm through zona pellucida. Combining these three techniques, the fertilization rate of fresh and frozen salt mouse sperm is almost equal. Next, I'd like to talk about the cold storage techniques of mouse sperm and embryos. Cold storage of sperm and embryo is very user-friendly techniques. So we don't need to use cryopreservation techniques and a special device. However, there is some limitations. The storage period of sperm for 7 days, the storage period of two-cell embryos for 4 days, and also the temperature change is critically decrease the quality of cold stored sperm and embryos. This slide shows the techniques of cold storage of mouse sperms. This slide shows cold fertilization rate of cold stored sperm. If you store the mouse sperm at 4 degrees C, the fertilization rate quickly dropped within 24 hours. But if you use a cold storage medium and DMSO and quercetin, it maintains sperm motility and fertility for 7 days at 4 degrees C. This is a technique of cold storage of mouse two-cell embryos. If you store the mouse embryos in the refrigerator, the embryos quickly dies. But we found the M2 medium containing N-acetylcysteine maintains developmental ability at 4 degrees C for 4 days. This is a birth rate of cold stored mouse embryos. Using these two cold storage techniques, we established a cold transport system of mouse sperm and mouse embryos. We don't need to transport live animals between the animal facility. We can easily transport the cold stored sperm or embryos in the styrofoam box, and then receiving facility pick up the sperm and the embryos, and they can use embryos for embryo transfer or cryopreservation. They can use cold stored sperm for in vitro fertilization and embryo transfer. So in Japan, we don't need to transport live animals between among the research institute now. Okay, here I'd like to show one case report of application of reproductive technology for the rescue of disease model mice with infertility. In biomedical science, to overcome the genetic disease is a very important issue in pharmaceutical company and the patient, and we are very interested in the genetic disease models. However, this model, Niemann-Pick disease type C mice is infertile. The male is infertile, and also female is infertile, and also the mice is lethal at 10 weeks old. It is very difficult to use the drug development. To overcome this problem, we apply the reproductive technology to efficiently breed the disease model mice. It's very simple. So we apply our super ovulation techniques to the NPC model mice. We got over 40 oocytes from the NPC or disease model mice. And also, we obtain the good quality of mortal sperm at 8 weeks female of male mice. And using the sperm, we obtain the embryos by in vitro fertilization. And also we succeeded in cryopreserve the NPC model mice sperm, and we obtained the embryos using the sperm. And finally, we performed the in vitro fertilization between the NPC homo male and female mice, and finally we got the embryos from the NPC or infertile NPC model mice. And also we got the pups using the embryos. Okay, I'll show you how it was efficient. Before, we couldn't obtain the pups from NPC homo and or homo male and female. So we had to make the NPC hetero male and female. The efficiency to produce the NPC homo mice was 1/4. But now we can use a homo male and female mice. We can obtain the 100% homo or NPC model mice. It is helpful to speed up the preclinical study and reduce of animal number by using only necessary genotype mice. Okay, our latest technology will talk about my assistant professor Satohiro Nakao tomorrow. Okay, next our activity is technology sharing. We published our technology book in Japanese, Chinese, and English, Spanish, and French. So now everyone can read our protocol. And also, we published the online manual. So you put the manual for reproductive technology in mice, you can find our protocols. Thank you very much. Sorry, not finished. So you take this photo, this QR code. So in Japan, no one read QR code. So thank you. Sorry. And also, we performed a workshop in Japan and international workshop. And my talk will finish soon. Okay. Yesterday, we have the first card sperm cryopreservation workshop in Sri Lanka. Thank you for your attendance to our workshop. Okay, last part is a rat bank. Now, genome editing tool expands the application and the need of rat models. So, however, the reproductive technology is very different between mouse and rat. I'll show you how different the techniques. Now, we already have the full set of reproductive technology in mice. However, the rat reproductive technology was very poor. So we started new project. Now we developed rat sperm cryopreservation techniques and cold storage of rat sperm techniques and in vitro fertilization techniques using the sperm. So these techniques will talk, Keisuke will talk tomorrow, right? Okay, he will talk more detailed information. Now we can use the sperm cryopreservation and cold storage of sperm, rat sperm, and in vitro fertilization. We launched a new card rat bank service in our institute. In this system, we support the researcher to produce and archive and supply the genetically engineered rat. It's easy to produce many different types of genetically engineered rats using our techniques. So this is a future perspective. In 5 years, do you think it's enough? In 5 years, we will complete all rat reproductive technology. So hopefully, we can have our collaborative workshop in Sri Lanka again. Okay. Okay, we have some rat workshop in Japan and Taiwan. And this is my last slide. Now we are growing international collaboration network with the mouse and rat resources. I hope to make a sustainable research collaborations between Sri Lanka and Japan. This slide shows my staff and students and the collaborators. So especially I'd like to say thank you the organizers of SLALAS. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Takio, for your enlightening and detailed presentation, which has provided us with invaluable insights and perspectives. I now kindly invite Dr. Sachini Amarasekara to present a token of appreciation to our keynote speaker as a gesture of our gratitude. Thank you once again, Professor Toru Takio, the Director at the Center for Animal Resources and Development, Kumamoto University, Japan. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to our first guest speech. It is a great honor that we welcome Professor Sugandhika Suresh from the Department of Biochemistry, Faculty of Medical Science, University of Sri Jayawardhanapura, to deliver her talk. To introduce our distinguished speaker, I cordially invite Professor Mangala Gunatilaka to the podium.
Let me read the citation of Professor Sugandhika Suresh. She is a professor in biochemistry at the Department of Biochemistry, Faculty of Medical Sciences, University of Sri Jayawardhanapura, where she also served as the head of the department from June 2015 to June 2018. Professor Suresh has been extensively involved in undergraduate and postgraduate, where she has been teaching biochemistry to many different students in many different disciplines. She has a keen interest in research on traditional medicine and herbal extracts and their effects on chronic diseases such as diabetes and arthritis. She is a pioneer and an expert in conducting clinical trials for traditional herbal medicines. Professor Suresh has successfully contributed to the development and commercialization of novel products from indigenous medicines. She has conducted collaborative studies with local and international centers of excellence, which provided value addition to herbal drugs. Professor Suresh introduced the subject of laboratory animal science to undergraduate curricula of BSc degree at University of Sri Jayawardhanapura. She is a dedicated laboratory animal scientist and is the coordinator of the Animal House of the university. Professor Suresh was the founder secretary of Sri Lanka Association of Laboratory Animal Science, as well as the past president in 2015-2016. Professor Suresh has authored more than 50 index and peer-reviewed papers and 150 communications and won numerous awards and prizes. Professor Sugandhika Suresh was the founder-treasurer of College of Biochemists of Sri Lanka and was the president of the same college from 2017 to 2019. She was a council member of the Federation of Asian College of Biochemists and the Education Committee. She was also the president of OWSD, Sri Lanka National Chapter. So with that a brief citation, I would like to invite Professor Sugandhika Suresh to deliver her guest speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Mangala, for your kind words of introduction. First of all, let me thank the SLALAS for inviting me to deliver this guest speech, which actually I sort of improvised now because I found that my talk was overlapping greatly with what Sachini delivered in her presidential address. So I removed like all sort of overlapping ones, but still a great deal of overlap is there. But I think as laboratory scientists who appreciate all these things, it is a bit okay. So the title, From Herbal Remedies to Precision Medicine, the Role of Lab Animals Research in Advancing Therapeutic Approaches, is a current topic to discuss, I feel, because all of us are thinking about how best we could contribute to laboratory animal science to meet the needs of precision medicine, which is going to be the thing of tomorrow. So, as we all know, the humankind has depended on trees or the herbs for their medicinal needs from ancient times. So, there has been a great evolution from the use of herbal medicine up to the modern Western or allopathic medicine, and going a step beyond into the precision medicine. So at present context, we are talking about the scientific basis and the scientific use of natural products, and we know the contribution from laboratory animal science is enormous in developing proper therapies. So to bridge the gap between the traditional and the modern technologies and development in medicine, laboratory animals have played a pivotal role in bridging this gap. So even though we say it is the ancient human that depended on traditional medicine, the WHO says nearly 80% of the world, even today, relies on some sort of traditional medicine to meet their medical needs. And this is much more common in the developing world, where the majority of the civilization or the number in humans live, and less so in the Western. But again, in the Western world also, there is a greater opportunity for herbal medicines, and they are talking about going green and going planetary friendly and one health and all those things, which talk about being more natural in the selection of medicine as well. So we know that there are so many examples coming from natural remedies which have developed into allopathic medicine and in use. And when the man evolved into a scientific being, he started questioning the use of traditional medicine and wanted to know the scientific basis of the use of these herbs. So with this change of mind, or the paradigm shift in the thinking pattern of humans, they started doing scientific research on herbal drugs. So if you look at this diagram, where you can see from a point of plant collection to the point of lead optimization. So this means you are identifying a compound that could be potentially developed into a drug. So that itself, when you do scientific research, comprises several steps. And some of these steps actually can be performed on animals initially when you have done some in vitro studies. So once you get the lead compounds, from there again it takes a number of years to come to a point of a drug, a commercially available drug that is being given for a patient. So it is a long process. And with the use of laboratory animals extensively, people identified that there were key contributions from lab animal research into the benefits of humans. Is it only the benefits of humans? This shows, even though it is in small font, um, the contribution of natural products to the betterment of animal health. If you take the livestock, if you take the laboratory animals themselves, now when Dr. Sachini spoke about the culture of care, giving treats, so it could be a piece of fruit that we give them as a treat. So we are getting a contribution from the natural products or the herbs or from nature to improve the health status of not only the humans but the animals as well. So apart from the drugs that have been developed based on herbal remedies, there have been many advantages or benefits to the animals by the natural products or the herbal remedies. And if you talk to your grandparents, they will talk about specific doctors who did indigenous treatments to your cows and other cattle and other people. So there were doctors, indigenous doctors, who practiced herbal remedies on animals. And in the Sri Lankan history, actually, there is a report about a king who performed an operation on tumor of a cobra and applied herbal paste to cure that wound. So then now we are in an era where we talk about precision medicine. So the scientific research on drugs have evolved and come into a point where we are talking about precision medicine, personalized medicine, but you know the two terms overlap greatly, even though there are distinct differences between precision and personalized medicines. So what is precision medicine? So it is an emerging approach for disease treatment and prevention, where we take into account the contributing epigenetic factors that might play a role in deciding which type of treatment is better for a particular community or particular region. And so the genes, environment, lifestyle, so all those things in a nutshell would be all the epigenetic changes that could affect how an individual would respond to therapy. So we cannot therefore ignore the role of genetics and genomics, all these epigenetic factors, when we consider giving treatment. Because so far what we did was, okay, we checked a new drug in animals, humans, and then we commercialized. And then sometimes we have seen that after commercialization also there have been severe adverse reactions by a particular group of people. Maybe a country or a region, they are having serious side effects to a particular drug, whereas the other people from another part of the world is not. So if you analyze the genetic data, you will see that there is a distinct way these people react to this particular drug, which is different from the other people. So when all these types of cases have been studied, they came up with this precision medicine terminology, where we are going to take into account all the factors that might contribute to different responses to therapy. So This also has helped when you have personalized or therapies or precision therapies. It specifically is important in treating rare genetic disorders, because we don't get so many patients of rare genetic disorders. So, to design particular therapies, the precision medicine will play a big role. And if you go back to what Professor Toru was talking about, all the genetically modified mouse strains that can be stored, and also when we talk about the rare genetic diseases, so all the genetic models that are used to study all these genetic diseases can be employed in devising precision medicine for those conditions. So, all with the current technological advantages, we get a lot of support from technology and especially AI or artificial intelligence in devising therapies. So, since we are talking about personalized medicine, I would like to draw your attention to some our own very own personalized medicinal systems that existed in different parts of the world, including Sri Lanka. We have a rich in indigenous medicinal system, and in India you get Ayurveda, Siddha, and other medical systems. Where now, if you go to the medical practitioner, he will feel your pulse and give you the exact diagnosis of your disease. And if it is an expectant mother, the practitioner will say whether you are having a girl or a boy 100% correctly. 100% correctly. So that is their amount of knowledge. So, what better way to describe personalized medicine than looking at this, our own traditional medicinal systems? Because the drug that is given to me will not be given to you, because they knew they according to our body composition and how we present ourselves, they were that knowledgeable to analyze our whole thing. We are talking about wholesome medicine, and we are talking about One Health and all. So our practitioners, ancient practitioners from other parts of the world as well. Now Socrates and then if you take Hippocrates, he said, let food be thy medicine, because he knew that the environment was giving us things that could heal us. So they were very knowledgeable enough to identify the disease conditions by examining the patient physically, by physical examination, without all the imaging techniques and all that. So that is a very good example of personalized medicine. If four of us go to an Ayurvedic practitioner, he will examine and give. If all of us are having the same symptoms, still we will be getting 4 different therapies. And the herbal composition of our 4 therapies would be different. And that is because we are getting personalized precision medicine from our ancient systems. So unfortunately, we are not analyzing those sufficiently, and we are not getting those incorporated into our present systems of medicine. I think with the holistic health concept, some of it is getting absorbed into the allopathic system as well, but still a long way to go. So I think this is something that we need to address when we talk about the contribution of herbal products or natural remedies to precision medicine. So with all these things, now we can't go to precision medicine without the laboratory animals. Even though we use the 3R principles, at some point before we move on to the human studies, we need to use animals. So the ethical considerations, all of us are bound by those principles. So including the 3R principles and beyond. So the culture of care that we are developing would definitely benefit the humans as well as the laboratory animal scientists. So the balance between ethical considerations and scientific output. So it is a risky walk, a rope walk, because we have to adhere to our ethical principles. At the same time, we should be able to achieve our scientific target in an ethical manner. So if you follow the prepare guidelines, you can arrive safely at your destination once you finish your study. So the ongoing developments in gene therapy and regenerative medicine, all these things with the genetically modified strains of animals and other contributions to advance our therapeutic approaches, laboratory animals are playing an integral role. So what does the future look like for precision medicine? It looks rather good actually for precision medicine if you can be part of it, because the market is expected to reach about US dollars, basically 133 billion by in 2 years time. So we will be as we advance in research on personalized medicine, it will be coming to a point where there will be further limitations identified in the existing animal models, and predictive accuracy might change, and species differences. All these things, the laboratory animal science will be challenged continuously by the ever evolving types of medical therapies. So integrating technologies like AI and other all available techniques would help us achieving better outcomes. And importantly, a continuous need for collaborative and interdisciplinary studies is a must, and especially for a country like Sri Lanka, where we have limited resources. And yesterday when we did the workshop, it was like magic for us, simply. So it is, Sri Lanka is at that level. So it's a long journey, long way to go, but just a long journey begins with one step. So we have taken some baby steps and trying to stand up, and we might walk and run with this bright young crowd around. So I'm sure they can take us to the next best level. So this continued collaboration and dialogue and the discussions are important in expanding our horizons of knowledge, and also gaining the required techniques and also attitudes for the younger generation, because personalized medicine or precision medicine is all about it's not just you should not be misled by thinking that personalized medicine you are getting one drug for yourself alone, but it is rather a community or a group of individuals. But again, anyway, it is much better if we can afford than going for large scale treatments which might cause adverse effects. So hoping for better collaborations and hopefully interdisciplinary research and better dialogues, I would like to again thank the SLALAS for this opportunity to share my thoughts, and thank you for your patient listening.
Thank you very much, Professor Sugandhika Suresh, for your thought-provoking presentation, which has undoubtedly enriched our understanding. I now kindly invite Professor Mangala Gunathilaka to present a token of appreciation to Professor Sugandhika Suresh as a gesture of our gratitude. Thank you, Professor Gunatilaka and Professor Suresh. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to our second guest speech, and it's a pleasure to welcome Professor Cholavat Pacharinsak, Director of Veterinary Anesthesia, Analgesia and Surgery, Department of Comparative Medicine, Stanford University School of Medicine, USA, to share his expertise. To introduce our next distinguished speaker, I invite Dr. Mairi Thammatiyagodage to the podium.
Dr. Cholawat is an associate professor and director of veterinary anesthesia, analgesia, and surgery at Stanford University, Department of Comparative Medicine, and Stanford University, Comparative Medicine at Stanford University. He is a diplomat at the American College of Veterinary Anesthesia and Analgesia. He received his DVM from Chulalongkorn University, Thailand, and trained in anesthesiology and analgesia residency program and received his master's degree at Washington State University. He completed his PhD in pain neuroscience, comparative molecular bioscience from the University of Minnesota. Prior to arriving at Stanford, Dr. Cholawat was a faculty member in anesthesiology and pain management at Michigan State University and Purdue University. Over to you, Professor.
Good afternoon, everyone. While we are waiting for my slide to come up, I have few things to thank the committee. So I and Dr. Patrick Sharp, 2 days ago we did a workshop and it was succeeded. And I like to thank all the committee for having us. Technically, we're supposed to have it last year, due to some other technical problems. So we moved to this year. And on Friday, Dr. Mangala took us to give a talk at the vet school, which is a beautiful train ride. And that's our first time train ride in Sri Lanka as well. So, with my talk today, I have roughly half an hour, but I'll try to finish it close to 1:15, so we can try to have lunch. My talk is about pain, but because it's before lunch, I'll try to make it as painless as possible. And we are still waiting. So the difference between two talks and myself is I am 100% clinician, and of course I have PhD in pain neuroscience, but I try to use my knowledge in pain basic neuroscience to put it to use in clinical setting. So I try to put everything from bench to bedside. And my lab, I've been at Stanford for about 15 years, and my lab, we've been studied extensively about anything sustained release or anything long-acting analgesics. And I know that, you guys may not have a sustained release product here in Sri Lanka. I do not know what you guys have in Japan or even India, but the purpose today is just to share what we have in the US and in North America. And this is the trend I think for the rest of the world. And 2 years ago, I and Dr. Sharp, we did a workshop for SLALAS in Marseille, France, and it's well attended. And I think regardless whether you have the long sustained release medication or not, I still think this is the trend for the world to go forward. And that's why I like to share what we've been studied and published in the US. I can just go ahead and start. So, pain pathway is very complex. And because of that, I have to make sure that I say this, that because it's complex, it is least likely that one drug will be treating pain effectively. Therefore, multimodal, meaning combine multiple classes, is a need, is a must. For example, you can use an opioid like buprenorphine, morphine, with non-steroidal type kind of drug like meloxicam, carprofen. The same thing with humans. When I get muscle pain, sometimes I do Tylenol with ibuprofen, for example. It's just a combination of the drug. And for the researcher, if you don't know what to do, you have to talk to the vets. You don't have to have the knowledge of everything. And I feel, that I learned a lot today, from doctor talking, from Japan, and, you guys talking. I feel like I don't know much in this world, and I just know just a little bit that I have to contribute to the world. And, I'll show you guys at the end about my book, which some of you might be, the old thing, but I like to make sure that you guys have seen the book that we've been written as well. So for today, I like to dig a little bit deeper. There are two products, there are a lot more, but I like to focus on the two products that is very popular in the US. So the first one, so they both buprenorphine. So buprenorphine is close to morphine, it's just not the same. It's not identical, but very close. We like buprenorphine in the US because one dose, it lasts, in the older textbook, it lasts 12 hours. Nowadays, we believe it lasts maybe 6 to 8 if you're lucky. The one product we call buprenorphine sustained release, or SR. The other product we call Ethica, or Bup, XR. So from now on, this is what I will refer to, SR, or XR, or Ethica. And again, I just want to show you a glimpse of what we have done the last 15 years at Stanford. And we are among the only few groups in the US who have studied extensively about anything sustained release. And I like to reiterate what Dr. Sashini mentioned about precision medicine. She mentioned about what dose and how often and what time point. This is the good thing about this stuff. Once you give it, it's supposed to be good for 3 days. So you don't have, I'm not saying that you're not going to be checking with animals. No, you still have to check with them. But the tendency that that they will be less likely to need it, that's the key. And like she also mentioned about 3R. So our study, we have done refinement a lot, and some of our study that we have not shown today, I and Dr. Sharp is part of it. We changed the AVMA guideline of how how to euthanize fish, for example. So those are stuff that we can chit chat, at other time. So this is the first study that we did. So when Ethica or Bup XR came out in the market, which is 5 years ago, we are the first who report the use of XR in mice, and to be specific, in black 6 mice. So the study that we did is we make an incision on the paw, which is very tiny, and then we call incisional pain model classified as a minor pain, minor to moderate pain. And we usually use some kind of von Frey monofilament, meaning mechanical hypersensitivity, or thermal, meaning heat hypersensitivity, to test them. Our lab, and of course I got my training from Minnesota, we believe that by using something more evoked, pain testing is a little bit more objective than spontaneous pain, for example. And the model that we've been using, spontaneous pain may not be able to detect it compared to, let's say, an abdominal pain, for example. So we test, so this is the surgery. So we test them beforehand, and then on day 0, after the surgery, and then day 1, 2, 3, accordingly. And in this case, we have the saline, we just give saline, and we give Bup SR, and we give Ethica or XR at 2 dosages, low and high. Note that in this black 6, the pain, meaning from the saline, lasts only 1 day. That's it, very short, surprisingly. But remember, it's minor pain. But surprising, well, kind of not surprised, all of them worked. Meaning the SR or Ethica, low and high dose, they all attenuated mechanical hypersensitivity. So we put them on the mesh, and then we poke them with a certain size von Frey monofilament. It's like fishing rod. And we poke them 10 times and see how many times they lift the paw up. the higher the number, the more painful. The lower the number, the more analgesia. So that's a good thing. So we conclude that it worked. Another study. So we kind of curious, that's black 6 mice. What about Sprague Dawley rats, which is one of the most commonly used rats in the US? So in this study published in 2014. So in this study, we did not have saline group. All we have is, the commonly used buprenorphine HCl, two dosages twice daily. And then we have the dose of, SR at few dosages. Back then in 2014, no one know the dose of Bup SR. We are among the first to prove the dose of the Bup SR in Sprague Dawley rats. So long story short, all of them worked. In that paper, we recommend roughly around 1.2 because when you use higher dose than that, they become sedated. And almost 10 years later, we also did a study, kind of almost repeat, but it's not repeat in the sense that now we add XR in it and we have saline group. Notice in this study, for the saline, meaning the first one, the pain lasts 2 days. The pain lasts only 1 day in black 6 mice. In Sprague Dawley rats, it lasts 2 to 3 days, and all of them worked. So in this study, we recommend that if you want to go with XR, you have to go with the lower dose, and that's how the company Ethica Fidelis is the name of the company. They recommend 0.65 for rats. So we proud that we are part of the gold standard in the US now. And the question that we've got asked all the time for the last 15 years that I've been at Stanford is, what about pups? We being a veterinarian, we kind of like, in neonates animal, they're very sensitive to a lot of stuff. Maybe the dose need to be like 10 times lower. Who knows? We proved that in Sprague Dawley rat pups, in this case, we use thermal hypersensitivity testing. And the color one, we have the normal buprenorphine, and we have the SR at low dose and high dose. So in that study, we recommend that the high dose, like a normal, like 1 mg per kg, worked. And we did not see any side effect that we expect to see clinically. For example, maternal acceptance. That's what we worry when we give something to the pups, that when we give the pups back to the mom may reject the pups and the pup may die. No problem. And we see the milk spot in the stomach of the pups, meaning the pups been drinking milk, and the weight has been gaining. We watch all of those. None of them seen, meaning it's good. So we recommend that at 1 mg per kg for buprenorphine SR worked in pups. And 2 years later, we do the study, but now with XR, meaning the Ethica, and with the Ethica, they all work as well. So we recommend the Ethica low. Whenever we do low and high dose, we like to see whether higher dose would induce, more analgesia or not. But, in this case, no. So we recommend the lowest effective dose, because we try to avoid some other side effect and stuff like that, because we know that in general, and all the opioid, they can cause GI stasis, and we try to, reduce those as well. So long story short, either buprenorphine SR or the new name they call ER is kind of the same thing. And then XR, which is from Ethica, they both worked in pups. And again, Sprague Dawley pups. Notice that I've been very specific, black 6, Sprague Dawley, because Dr. Sharp, I and my team, we just published 2 papers back to back. And we prove, and because Dr. Toro mentioned about immunodeficient, so we proved that buprenorphine in any formulation, they do not work in SG immunodeficient mice. We surprised. And after the study came out, none of them worked. We kind of like, okay, we went back and talked to statistician, like, maybe your analysis is wrong, it should work, after we repeat and after discussion with the statistician, we have to accept that it did not work in NSG immunodeficient mice. So, and after the study came out, and we also collaborate with a group at UPenn as well, we got a lot of attention in a good way, and we in the process of doing more and more with NSG mice. So with the top graph, we use the same model. So long story short, either the normal buprenorphine that we love so much for 20 years or even longer, and buprenorphine ER or SR, and also Ethica, none of them worked, period. So we follow up with the studies. Okay, so if buprenorphine did not work, what about NSAIDs, non-steroidal inflammation? And we pick carprofen because carprofen is COX-2 selective, and we kind of like it. We were thinking about meloxicam as well, but we just pick one at a time because it's a lot. Long story short, carprofen worked. And on top of that, the carprofen in textbook and or Google, if you look, like let's say dosages of carprofen in mice, you're gonna see 5 milligram per kilogram. We prove that 5 milligram per kilogram did not work. You have to pick 25. So in this study, we did 5, 25, and 50. 50 is a little bit too high. You start to see like GI bleeding and stuff like that. It still works, but you see side effects. So we recommend NSG, we use 25 mg per kg carprofen. And we just got accepted in SLALAS as well, that we did the same study with Black 6, and we proved that 25 mg per kg carprofen worked. 5 mg per kg did not work, even in Black 6. We just got accepted last week. And that's the hot question that we got asked all the time is, what about the onset? Do I have to give buprenorphine half an hour before surgery or an hour? Remember, the goal is to reduce handling. If you're going to give half an hour, so you're going to handle them twice? No. So we try to refine that, and we proved. So in this case, because we have to test them so frequently, so we decided to go with the heat testing. And we proved that within 20 minutes, it worked. So for the heat, the lower the number, the more painful. The higher the number, the more analgesia. So that's a good thing. So it worked. And if you go for the plasma concentration, our lab, we have not done pharmacokinetic per se, but we like to see the plasma concentration at the time of testing to see where the plasma is at. We did not focus on the half-life or the Cmax and stuff like that, but we do plasma here and there. And our lab, we focus mainly with behavioral testing, because it's known today that just because plasma concentration is good does not mean analgesia it's good. This is why we really, really focus on the behavioral testing. So in this study, which is last year, we proved that the onset is good within 20 minutes. And one thing that we add into the discussion, which is not in the study, but we did a pilot, we collect the blood within 5 minutes, and we found plasma is already high at 5 minutes. So we certain that at 5 minutes is also already good. Technically, the take home is you can give it 5 minutes before surgery, meaning if you induce a mouse, let's say with isoflurane, by the time you're going to do surgery, it's going to be 5 minutes gone by, because you have to clip the fur and stuff like that, do aseptic technique type thing. So once the animal is down, just give the drug. 5 minutes is good. One thing that I have to mention is, and this will change the standard of care, is it's known today that anesthesia alone or anesthesia with surgery induce weight loss, which is not a good thing. Weight loss is used to monitor welfare, and Dr. Sashini did a good job of talking about welfare as well. So what do we do in the past? We keep telling people that, after surgery, why don't you just put the wet chow, meaning the food pellet, make it moist and hopefully yummier, make it yummier, on the floor. You can see that the black line, the weight loss is still evident. However, there are two products in the US, which is a gel product from Clearwater we call Diet Gel Boost, and then from Bioserve, we call Bioserve Nutragel. Both of them have a lot more nutrients, and the taste is very yummy. So mice love them. You can see when we use them, weight loss has been reduced, meaning the welfare is better. They recover quicker. We love it. Since the study came out in 2023 at Stanford, we have these gel like boxes. The researcher can order for us. It's not for free. It's not that cheap, but it's worth. The bad part is whenever you want to give the gel to them, you have to acclimate them beforehand. So look at here. We acclimate them few days before day 0, meaning day of surgery. They're neophobic, so you have to acclimate them before. And I mentioned to you guys that the carprofen, worked with NSG mice. So this is a study in NSG. I put submitted, but it just got accepted last week in SLALAS. So our lab, not only we love something sustained release, we also like to do something that reduce handling. And by mixing medication in the gel that I showed you before, we homemade them. So it's a gel, so we heat it up to make it watery, and we add carprofen in it, and we put it back in the fridge to make it become gel again. And we give the gel to them. This is in NSG mice. Long story short, it worked, especially compared to carprofen. At notice we use 25 because we already proved that 5 mg per kg is not working. We recommend 25 mg per kg with injection. So long story short, gel, low or high, it worked with NSG mice. So now, we start to implement this to even with black 6 mice and other type of mice as well. And this is almost my last slide. See, I can make it at 1:15. Another product is very extremely popular in the US based on the SLALAS meeting last year was Zorbium. Zorbium is the medication that you give like a tick medication that, in the dog, you give a tick, a medication, a droplet, between shoulder. That's it. Same thing. It just came out. It's FDA approved for cats, but we just use it off-label in rats and mice. And we do the same because our lab is the first lab in the US, at least in North America, to prove the NIC. Hold on, just for a sec. So the nickname is Latbil, but it's a sorbium thing. So it comes as a tube like this. With 2 concentration, but you can see that they have a cat photo because it's made for cat. FDA approved for cats, not other species. We use off-label. So long story short, based on this study, we proved that Latbil at 10 mg per kg worked well compared to 5. It's very easy to give them, because you don't have to even anesthetize them. You grab a mouse, you restrain them a little bit, or sometimes they're in the cage. If they stay still, you just put 1 drop. Well, the dose is you have to calculate, and then you put a drop between the shoulder, and that's it. And one thing that Dr. Sharp and we discussed at during our workshop 2 days ago is the best part is, mice, they sleep together, they groom together. You give it to 1 mouse. The rest, the cage mate, already detected the drug in a good way, and plasma is pretty high. So our grooming is happening, and long story short, you can apply to just 1, and the rest will have it. And the drug is not that expensive, and our paper just about to get accepted. We in the last round. So this is one of the most frequently asked question at SLALAS last year, and we in the process of using Zorbium in rabbits, in pigs, in sheep, and other species as well. I'm almost done here. So I'd like to share with you that if you like to know more about our study that we have done, you can PubMed my last name, and you're going to see we published more than 50 papers about anything sustained release in the US. So we're proud with that. And Dr. Sharp, I and my colleague A few years ago, we also published Mouse Anesthesia, the Art and Science. And in this article, I have to say that this is the first that we try to make something art, black and white. We say something that no one have said before. We talk about troubleshooting mouse anesthesia that no one has discussed before. So we try to help the veterinarians, researcher to understand, if something bad happened, how they're gonna approach it. And with this article just published early last year, Dr. Kenzie and myself, we published about mouse anesthesia analgesia. The purpose is for researcher. It's very basic of how to set up anesthesia, a lot of photos and some dosages in there. And if you like to know more about neonates, we have published at least 4 or 5 articles about neonates that I have not have time to share today. Because we have some undergrad, student here, I want to share with you that our department, comparative medicine, at School of Medicine at Stanford, we offer master of lab animal science. We call SLALAS. So if you're interested in studying Master of Science with us, you can email me. My email is cholawat@stanford.edu, and I can put you in touch with someone. And we have some funding, scholarship available, but it's kind of limited. And I always have my master student every year, like few people a year, but we have more than 10 faculty in the department. You don't have to work with me. You can work with other people as well. And this book, it become old, and we in the process of making another one. So Dr. Jenny Smith, she used to be at Henry Ford. So her and I and Dr. Sharp, he wrote one chapter as well. We wrote this book maybe 5 years ago, and we just about to revise it. And if you are looking for analgesia book, textbook, this is the best today. You can see dosages from rats and mice up to elephants and giraffe in that book. And I wrote one chapter as well. So I think at this point, because it's beyond than 1:15, I like to save the questions maybe during lunch or other time. I'll be here both days. If you guys have anything that you like to ask further, feel free to come up to me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Cholawat Pacharings. And now I kindly invite Dr. Mairita Metiagadege to present a token of appreciation to Professor Cholawat Pacharings as a gesture of our sincere gratitude. Thank you, Dr. Tammetiagadege and Professor Cholawat. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for the lunch break. We invite you to enjoy a delicious meal and take this opportunity to relax and recharge. Kindly note that the afternoon session will be resumed promptly at 1:45 p.m. So we kindly request you to return to the hall by that time. Please proceed to the restaurant and enjoy your lunch. Thank you, and we look forward to rejoin shortly. Now we are ready to continue with the exciting scientific sessions we have lined up for the rest of the day. After lunch, we resume with our third guest speech, and now I invite Professor Sugandhika Suresh to introduce our speaker, Dr. Suresh Pusala, the founder of Akasta Health and Oncoseed Bio Private Limited and former chief at NIH Comparative Medicine USA. Over to you, madam.
Good afternoon. It gives me great pleasure to read the citation for Dr. Suresh Pusala, DVM, MS, PhD. Dr. Pusala established the preclinical facilities for Syngene BBRC Biocon in Bangalore and at BMS Redwood City, California, USA. He has excelled at NIH and BMS, winning the NIH Directors Award and BMS Galaxy Award for Leadership in Science. Prior to NIH, Dr. Suresh worked at St. Jude Children's Cancer Research Hospital, Memphis, and was a resident at the University of Maryland and taught in a medical school. Dr. Suresh graduated with a veterinary science degree from AP Agricultural University, Tirupati in 1986 and earned a master's in microbiology and immunology from the same university. He received his PhD from Iowa State University, USA in 1994. He is the first council member on ALAC International from India. He is on the Executive Council Board of the Federation of Asian Biotech Association, FABA. He is also a member on several other organizations that promote research in medicine and biotechnology. He has published 30 scientific papers in reputed journals including Nature, PNAS, Immunology, PLOS, etc. He speaks at several international forums and platforms on science and leadership. Dr. Suresh also initiated the annual international conference on 3R advances and alternatives, which attracts several reputed speakers and was invited by the World Congress in 2023. He is building the research ecosystem in India and aspires to create more entrepreneurs and startups, thereby creating innovative thinkers in biology and medicine. Acosta Health, the startup of Dr. Suresh, which works on creating a biomarker-based biological age and health span assessment platform, researching on aging, degenerative conditions for biologic therapeutics, and was awarded the 2024 Healthcare Company of the Year Award and a Successpreneur Award, apart from being nominated as the top 10 startups by Pharma Outlook for 2023. Over to you.
So I shared my presentation. So thank you so much, Sugandhika, for a generous introduction. I'm very happy to visit Sri Lanka again and give a talk, especially following serious scientific talks. I think mine is going to be a little bit post-lunch. Hopefully you will not take a nap during my talk. So once again, what I like about you organizing this conference diligently, sincerely every year is I'm supporting it, number one, but more importantly, I think I like the passion, the drive, and the interest that you all show in inviting all of us every year and at least showcasing your research, whatever little research you are doing at this point. I've seen it grow. I think seeing Mangala and many friends here, I can tell you that you are in very good hands. And today morning, I think there was an emotional display of the passion associated with science from your president. So it all makes me even more motivated to help and support you. So from next year onwards, please let me know if you need any help beyond this. I will be very happy to support the Alternative Society as well, because I usually get invitation to support this one. But we have two scientists from my group, Ramya and Reshma. Connect with them. They can help you with your workshop next year if you want, because they are hands-on. I speak, but they actually do the work. So they can help you organizing any workshop you want, especially in alternatives, because I heard at lunch you may need some sort of help or support in that one. So that's with that introduction, let me move forward. I have a very good friend sitting here who probably going to evaluate me, Patrick. And I know him for a very long time, and they're very reputed, accomplished people. So thanks, Patrick. Thanks for listening to me one more time every year. Okay, so I picked this topic because I just wanted it to be very generic. I know we have guests from Japan who had excellent talks on mouse banking and all these things, right? So they are the experts. I have done this for last 25 years on lab animal science, now moved into alternatives, but again, lab animal science is an integral part of alternatives because of 3 Rs. So with that statement, I want to say that I am associated with both lab animal science as well as alternatives. And lab animal science actually is talking about alternatives these days. And you know, my good friend and ex-president of LASA and also FLAS, ECLAM too, but FLAS also you were a council member, right? Yeah, so Arvind is highly accomplished and he is in leadership roles of many lab animal organizations, societies. I think with this talk, I am also going to promote to Arvind that we should include alternatives into lab animal science a little bit more during the LASA conferences. I think that would be a sincere request to you, Arvind, just to think about that because it's 3 hours. It reduces, refines, and replaces, but replace is a long-term plan. At least some of these hours can be taken care of by alternatives. So in the world of lab animal science, we have looked at advanced research using lab animals in USA, which translated to advanced research in many parts of the world. And Europe obviously has been very strict and sincere about how they use 3 Rs. So where we are getting to is we actually now know that without harmonizing, without bringing in all these languages that happen around lab animal science in various parts of the world, we will not achieve the goal. Again, this morning, somebody said, we are repeating the experiments. We should not be repeating the experiments because that actually translates to using more animals. So across the world, my goal is to probably go and find the good leaders, good managers, tell the difference between the manager and a leader. We have 2 great leaders there. We can manage complex situations. So Sri Lanka is at one end where it's still building. And US and Europe and several other countries are at a different end where things are very advanced. So now how do you bring them together? You need good leaders and good managers to do that. I think you are building that portfolio in Sri Lanka as we speak. We would like to see leaders who can create vision, communicate it very good, and then change the direction where the country is heading. So all these are expected from you as lab animal scientists. I know we should not think about that as something unachievable. We can achieve all of this. For that reason, foreign trained managers and leaders matter the most in the success of any company. The reason why I'm saying that is many of you graduated from Tokyo, probably from Australia, probably Europe, US, and continuously exchanging information by inviting guests like some of us today, where you get the international flair. It's very important for your students, your researchers to understand that. Otherwise, you will be working in a shell, closed community, not looking at the advances beyond. So by listening to anesthesia and analgesia, now you heard about, we have an author sitting here with us, which is really astounding. So it's not easy to get a book author to come and give a talk, right? So I think that kind of influence of foreign leaders coming and giving talks here, and you going and attending some of the talks, I think I proposed both of your SAAT and also Mangala's name to several organizations in India, and I'm sure Arvind has taken that and invited you for the conferences in India. So this is all our effort towards making you better leaders. Even FABA, I have proposed your name, Dr. Mangala. I think you should probably attend the FABA meetings also. So I think these are very important topics for you. So that reason why I'm saying is lab animal science has evolved. And without exchange of information and knowledge, you cannot grow further. So here I have a picture of different animal models that you can think about. Probably theoretically, you all probably know what are these models used for. Some are used for ecotoxicology. Some are used for medical research. Some in neurotoxicology, pharmacology, disease research, infectious disease, for instance. Ferrets have been heavily used for COVID. And there are animals and birds here that are tested for memory. And I have a large animal like a goat or a monkey here used for organ transplantation. You can replace organs and understand the immunology, rejection, graft versus host, those kinds of things. And you have small animals like worms, where we are studying aging research. We are looking at ecotoxicology research. And these are various applications of animal models. So that's an introductory slide. But researchers today have a good understanding of statistics also. So they want to cut down the number of animals. So the reason that my topic title is harmonization. So I'm not going to talk purely about lab animal. I'm going to bring in ideas for you to think about how to harmonize use of animals. So if I say how many animals do you need for any research, somebody will tell 8 mice, 8 rats, 20 monkeys, or 50, right? So the numbers vary. You need to arrive at, so there are guidelines for checking that numbers, coming up with a plan on minimizing the use of animals, and especially on controls. You have past data that you can use for controls. So that is one way to harmonize your goals, is to not spend too much money and effort on more animals, but to use statistics. And many researchers now are very good in that. And they are very good right now in understanding the moral, ethical reasons for reducing the animals. Like 20 years back, we did not talk about it. We have animal rights. But now, even without animal rights people coming and holding placards in these meetings, we actually are already talking about how to, right? Nobody is forcing us to think like that. So 20 years ago, people were forcing you to think. When I go to a LASA meeting or SLALAS meeting in US, we had people with placards telling that you are abusing animals and hurting animals. These days, we don't see them because we are also inviting them, we are talking to them, we have a dialogue with them. So that's another way to harmonize. And Sri Lanka being a very, very docile, humble country towards Buddhism and everything, we expect the same, right? And India is there too. So we have authored and publications. Some of the co-authors with me are there on the in this room. So we have published those ethical, moral reasons on why we do animal research in a very humane manner. And apart from that, there is an economic sense for the current people. Is there's high cost of using animals in research. So to minimize that cost also, we need to reduce number of animals. I'll just pick one example for Alzheimer's, and why I picked that example you'll probably understand. For Alzheimer's, we have a wide range of animal models that have been developed to mimic the human disease. In fact, we can understand through this animal model what happens in Alzheimer's. We have a monkey model, we have a dog model, we have mouse and rat models. But the bottom line is we don't have a drug for Alzheimer's. So for 30 years, we have done research using animals that show all the symptoms, signs. In fact, the brain of the Alzheimer's Alzheimer's associated disease in a mouse compared to the human brain will very much look similar anatomically, microscopically. They'll have atrophy of the brain, and you'll also see the plaques and buildup of strands, loss of neurons, amyloid plaques, I meant. And you see all these symptoms and signs in the microscope. But when you go and look at a drug that is supposed to work, it will fail. So what does that tell? I just picked one example, but there are several diseases like that. So the reason why I'm telling that is the physiology cannot be repeated in animal is similar, but it's not the same. Physiology is different. So let me tell you one difference. How far is the nostril from the brain? It's very short. But still, in a mouse brain, that distance even comes down 100 times. So there is that kind of spatial differences, which we don't understand completely. I'm just proposing that there are too many differences between animal models and humans. So picking the right animal model is very critical. And the good example is infectious diseases. So humans get infectious diseases, animals get. Arvind is going to talk about the animal diseases in his presentation. Many of them are very similar. So the same virus, a variant of the virus, or an equivalent virus that is infecting the animal is happening. Now that is where animal research has contributed to humans immensely. You can find cures on animal diseases and replicate that cure for human, because there you are treating an agent that came from outside, which is very similar. But when it becomes metabolic disease or cognitive disease or neurologic disease, cardiovascular, then there is no infectious agent. You are talking about addressing the anatomy which is similar but not the same. So it's very, very critical for you to remember. So there are drug failures in studies other than infectious diseases, and like that, we don't understand many things. So we don't have enough population to study to begin with. We may study in 100 animals, but we may not have 100 humans to study. So the correlation is between 100 to 1 or 100 to 10 or so on. So there are those differences. And another disease where we have failed to find a cure, which is very relevant, which is very prevalent. I think in this room, let's say 60 of us are here. 30 of us probably have non-alcohol associated fatty liver disease, NAFLD. So that's how prevalent it is. It's not a disease. It's a sign, it's a symptom of something going metabolically on the wrong trajectory. So if you are obese, hypertensive, diabetic, or one of these, all of this, and in the right age group, eating wrong kind of food, then you are going to accumulate fat in the liver. So that is the fatty liver. You don't have to drink alcohol to get this. What's happening in the world is the fatty liver disease, which is the initial sign, can move to inflammation. That can lead to inflammation and call steatohepatitis. Now it's inflamed liver. And that can further lead to fibrosis of the liver, which is chronic, and further lead to liver cancer as well. So the trend or statistics is 100 people, 30 to 40 people have fatty liver, 20 to 25 have NASH, 10 to 12 have cirrhosis, and 1 to 2 have cancer. So which means if everybody with NAFLD live longer without changing anything, they'll all get NASH and fibrosis. So very important to understand. So why is this disease so prevalent and still no drug? Because we didn't have a good animal model. We had always used models. There are several models, by the way. Feed the mouse, feed the rat, a lot of high-fat diet, something that is deficient in a particular amino acid. So we have created those models. Genetic modifications, again, we have done that. And we have created these mouse models. We studied the NASH, but it did not translate to a drug. So the reason for that is very simple. Again, think about anatomical, physiological, put them aside. But again, in an animal model, you try to create NASH in 2 weeks. In a human, it takes 30 to 40 years. So now again, you are creating something very fast and studying for a drug, and then you go to the human, and now you have something that formed over a period of long time. So again, you need to harmonize those things. You need to think about timelines, how we can succeed. But one thing that can actually help here is using human relevant models. By I'm telling that the animal tissue is still animal tissue. It's not human liver cell. So we have to use the right kind of model. And now recently we are getting into humanized mice or humanized animals where you can transplant the human organs into the mouse, get rid of the blood cells, immune cells, reactive cells, take an immune compromised mouse like NSG or NCG or NDG or NOD mice or SCID mice, and then irradiate them, implant them with these tissues and make it humanized. Humanized means making it human-like. Now it becomes a little bit more closer to human, but still not the same. The alternative model that we are going to introduce are called the alternatives, which are 3D models. One of the biggest advantages of 3D models is it uses human tissue. And within the human tissue, it uses human primary cells, not cell lines. And within human primary cells, you can actually get the patient-relevant cells, where we talked about personalized medicine. You can take a tumor biopsy from a patient, bring it to the lab, co-culture it, make it form 3D structures called tumoroids or organoids, test the drugs, and tell the oncologist which drug is working. So that's real time and very relevant for the patient. So that is personalization. So we have 2 scientists from our lab who are going to present and talk about in their poster and oral presentation on tumoroids and organoids that are helping us actually identify the drug efficacy, drug safety, and activity of any drug for killing those tumor cells. But in spite of all these things, we have several companies, we have several organizations that have produced close to 3,500 strains of mice just for metabolic cardiovascular disease, and I listed many of them here. Those are genetically engineered or spontaneously mutated or transplanted animals and induced mutations. So we have several animal models available. So there's a lot of literature, animal models available for doing disease research for us. Likewise, this is a very new field, 3D structures, where we build spheroids and organoids from lung cells or stomach cells or anything, and we build them in the lab. Within 3 to 5 days, they form a 3D spheroid and organoid. Now you can test a drug. So there are multiple spheroids here formed from a lung. These are the general terminology for this is alternatives. And you can do it in the lab. You can probably reduce the number of animals doing that. But before doing an animal study, if you do this, then you can cut down the number of animals Because you may be testing 10 compounds, 1,000 compounds in an in vitro, but in animal you can only test 2 or 3 compounds. So that makes it very cost efficient. So what is the need for alternatives? There are several needs apart from the 3 R's. We'll go into some of them, but if you are in different fields right now, I just prepared this slide set just to give a glimpse of, there's so many slides actually. So it just gives a glimpse of what is happening in various things. If you think, okay, these models are only for cancer. Not true. We have models, in vitro models for almost every disease now. Not all of them are 3D models, they are monolayer cell culture models and many things, right? So let's go through some of them. So there is a drug here for oncology, evaluation of drug interactions. We have cancer cell lines. So if you go open the book, you'll go to any website for ATCC or Lonza or something, they have several cancer cell lines. So we can use them to look at drug combinations and efficacy. You can use angiogenesis assays using HUVEC umbilical high endothelial venules. They perform similar structures within the test tube or the petri dish. You can look at anti-cancer angiogenic activity. There are several models again available to understand the microscopy of how they are forming blood vessels. We use this assay a lot in our own lab. And not just one cell line, you have several kidney cell lines and blood vessel cell lines available for this model. And now when you go to inflammation, so now we looked at oncology, angiogenesis. Now look at inflammation. You're looking at immune cells like dendritic cells. They can be isolated, and you can study the inflammation of migration assays, look at cell factors that come, and like TNF, IL-6, all of these have been listed here. These are inflammatory factors that you can look for. So you can collect the supernatant. So that's one assay there. And if you're looking at the joints, the large animal model is a sheep or a pig or something where you create a joint injury in a rat, and then that's painful, right? So now you have in vitro assessment of joint models where you can build that structure within a tumor spheroid, within a spheroid, and you can study the drugs and look for, again, enzymes and hormones and cytokines that promote inflammation. So if you're looking at ocular inflammation, then you have conjunctival epithelial cell culture model. Now you don't have to put this, and rabbit eye test is now banned, right? So you cannot do all these things now, but you can still get the same results using 3D culture models. And for diabetes, we have several cell line models, several spheroid models available using pancreatic cells, beta cells, and so on. You can look at fat adipolysis assays. I'm going to go through them, but I shared this slide set so you can use this for your education in your departments. So for hepatic fibrosis, you don't have to go to the animal model anymore. We can take the ex vivo transplantation of a dead person's liver, bring it to the lab, connect it to the blood vessels. That's one model. And the other model is to build liver spheroids in your lab by collecting all the cells like Langerhans, by collecting the cells that are in the hepato regions like hepatic cells, Kupffer cells, sinusoidal cells, lining cells, bile duct cells, capillaries, lymphocytes. You can bring all of them together and build a spheroid model. So that's available now. So you can study, and for that you can look at different assays where you can assess the toxicity of a drug or anything. For bone, again, you have osteo cells that can be isolated and studied in a tube. You can create less calcium, activate the cells to secrete more calcium or osteoid, and then understand the activity of various enzymes. For GI tract, you have several models again available, interstitial lining epithelial cells like Caco cells. You can look at transport of drugs and medicines across. So what I'm saying is you don't have to have an animal to study these initial things. You can actually do some of these things in the lab on these models. An important disease, again, very prevalent, inflammatory bowel disease. We have cell line models available for that. We can create that. In fact, there is also a bacterial model within a mouse where we can also study Clostridium and those things, which enhances the enzymes. Inflammation model of the neuro. Now Johns Hopkins has a brain organoid. Thomas Hartung has created that, and there he is actually studying cell signals. So these brain organoids are actually moving within the petri dish. So the signals are making it magnetic. They're able to move because now you can understand the signals. When you put a drug, what happens? So you don't have to have an animal model to do that. There are stem cell models where you can understand how your body has the ability to regenerate several things. So you can extract the stem cells from the bone marrow or the adipocyte or your mesenchymal stem cells or the umbilical cord. You can build regenerative models for various diseases. especially if you're working with Ayurvedic compounds and some of these things that are widely available in Sri Lanka. I know a lot of studies happen around this area. I think you can look at herbal and all those formulations for skin assessment without using any animal. So now there are human dermal fibroblast keratinocyte assays where you can look at pigmentation, you can look at skin health. In that sense, you can look at probably anti-wrinkle cream or photosensitivity cream, anything like that can be studied in vitro now because these cells also do the pigmentation. So now here is an example of histological example where you have murine melanoma cells, human melanocytes. You can compare animal and human efficacy at the same time. So you can market your cream either for veterinary side or human side. So you can do all these studies based on in vitro. In fact, almost all the cosmetics are now being screened only on in vitro models. There's no need for animal model at all. So you can look at skin whitening potential, glow, complexion, light, dark spots, pigmentation, many things in this model. So people are not aware of this, but these are available. So that's what I'm bringing to you to tell that, think about these alternatives as 3 Rs. So that's about dermatitis and vitiligo, so several skin and wound healing. We use this assay quite a lot in our lab on cell migration and all these things. Anti-inflammation in the cells, the dermal skin region, we can look at that. Hair growth promotion, you have dermal papillae cells extracted from the human papilla, the stem cells. You can grow them into hair follicles within the lab and study. And the reason why I'm saying all this is now you have so many things that are available and you can almost study many, many things by applying these animal models that are relevant in one extreme and tumoroid, organoid, spheroid models on the other extreme. You can pick the best animal model by understanding these in vitro models. If you don't have the in vitro model, obviously you're going to use animal model, which is acceptable now, which is the law right now is to FDA, DCGI, or anybody would not permit a drug to be approved unless they are tested in animals. So that is still the truth. Because of the physiology, the animals are very important. So I don't think the animals can be replaced, but it can be reduced because you now have some results from the in vitro. So recent trend in stem cell biology is we can extract stem cells from muscle. So if you have access to, let's say, abattoir or a slaughterhouse, you can extract muscle stem cells from any animal, sheep or chicken or swine, bring it to the lab and look at muscle biology. So this is possible now. Before it was not possible. So you can build 3D organoids and spheroids based on that. And how can you use it? You can screen drugs, you can grow them, and you can also study cancer research. You can do all of these things. And you can also understand the mechanism of a disease. Bring one cell to your lab, build a spheroid, and you can cryopreserve them and use it anytime. So this becomes like your mouse bank. It becomes your biobank of organoids and spheroids. That is something that you can establish as a central facility in Sri Lanka. And then you can start distributing like mice. You can distribute muscle spheroid, breast spheroid, GI spheroid. And that becomes a good resource for several research. So that's the kind of thing that the government will fund instead of particular disease research. You tell, okay, this population is less, we don't want to promote the research. But you can become international biobank. You can, from Sri Lanka, you can ship organs and tissues, spheroids to several countries. So those are the kind of dynamic thought process that leaders like Mangala and you can take forward. And organoids, when I say they are like organs, but they don't look like organs. They are still spherical 3D structures, but they have all the components of that organ. So that's why we call them as organoids. And you can study gene transfections for CRISPR-Cas9, killing of tumors, and any drug also. You can edit the genes and look at behaviors of these organoids and many things. So cancer research, a lot of applications. Currently in our poster, you'll probably see that we actually get the tumor from the patient and mince the tumor, make it in single cell suspensions, and then bring them together again to form round structures. And they replicate the same tumor architecture that the original tumor has. So this is such a, it's kind of unbelievable how these cells are programmed, but like that, I think there's so many unbelievable things in the world, right? So how are we all so similar and we never go beyond 10 feet, grow beyond 10 feet? Everything is programmed. So I think there's a lot of embryology, stem cell homing factors, expression factors that make them behave in a particular manner. So when you get a tumor cell from a patient, they behave like the tumor of that patient. So that's very interesting. And you can use that. Now, the missing thing that where I feel like the animals can never be replaced is there is no flow when you have these organoids and spheroids in the structures on the plate. There's not the flow like where you eat the food, get digested, get picked up, absorbed, assimilated, transformed in various organs like liver. And then all the various metabolites that are formed, they get used or they get consumed or they get excreted or they become cofactors for some enzymes. When they get excreted by the kidney, they are detoxed. With liver, it's detoxed. When the brain, this is used. When the heart, it's used. So how are these things happening in the human? It's very hard to replicate in a 3D model. So that is where I think animals can never be replaced. But you can humanize the animal and call it as a better model. But recent trend is to put the organs and put the organoids and put these human structures in different parts of a micro well plate and create some perfusion-based transportation of the fluid, where the fluid goes like GI tract to liver to brain, back to kidney to GI tract, like this. That happens in the human. It's not the same. Again, it's very similar. So this is called microphysiological system or organ on a chip. Now, a lot of people are getting funded. And the recent mandate by FDA is they will use this data in parallel with animal data so that they understand how this is behaving. So organoid in a well is static, but organoid and organs in a plate is actually mobile. But it's not the same as human or animal because there's a lot of absorption, those things, biochemistry happening. So FDA has, in the FDA 3 mandate, Modernization Act, which is actually passed now, and they are talking about using these studies parallel. So the current trend is if there are no animal models, this model is acceptable by FDA. If there are animal models, this model is likely parallel to that. They would like to see data, but it is not mandated. So if you don't want to do this, want to do animal, they're still okay with that. But they are now accumulating this. So all these 3D organ companies like Mymetas and many other companies out there, Inspiro and so on, they are actually doing parallel studies with animals. Now they are consortium of pharmaceutical companies come together and they tested so many drugs in the past for so many organs and so many diseases. All of them are approved. Now they are looking at the same drugs activity on an MPS system. And now they are going to build data on how that behaved. And if there is a lot of parallel common factors and FDA would feel comfortable approving a drug with this data, then it can change. And this kind of change will probably happen in the next 5 to 10 years for some diseases, but for many diseases where there are no animal models, it's already accepted. So especially for rare diseases where there are only 5,000 people getting infected in a world, no pharma company would like to invest $1 billion for that research. I think for those diseases, these models are definitely acceptable. So now I'm going to marry this organoid spheroid model to an animal model. This is my last couple of slides, which we call as PDX model. It's very much happening in the tumor biology, cancer research, where we take the patient tumor. I told you you can build spheroids, organoids. Now we are able to put them back in the mouse under the flank region of the animal or in the subcapsular region of the kidney. And no, you can. So now what you have is a human tumor that is now transplanted back in the animal. Now you have animal physiology happening there, human cells in the animal. Now there is a marriage of 3D alternatives with SLALAS or LASA, which is lab animals, right? So now this is where I'm telling you this becomes a little bit more tighter and complicated, but also together. So 3D researchers are not against animal research. 3D researchers are promoting animal research by addressing 3Rs. But when you marry these two, you may have a better model than what you have now. You may have a mouse tumor model with a mouse tumor implanted from a cell line, but now you have a human tumor implanted in a mouse with human cells because these are humanized mice. Now you're able to understand the human immune system and you are not talking about physiological changes anymore, so it may be much more similar to humans. So it's not the same, we tell that, but that percentage of degree of similarity comes closer and closer with these evolved models. So this is a PDX model where you can test on the plate, bring them back, put them in the mice, and look at 10 different drugs on those mice on the human tumor with human cells. So this is how these things look like when you stain them. So it's all colorimetric measurement. There's no error that is possible because you are looking at something. So it can all be quantified. So you can look at various cells getting different stains. You look for various understanding like blood vessels all the way to dead cells, to live cells. What is the weakness? So now I proposed the strength of this model. We're getting closer to what is the weakness. Sometimes what happens is the human stromal cells get replaced by mouse cells because you put them back in the mouse. Now this is good for next 6 weeks, but after 6 weeks the mouse cells can, like mouse fibroblasts, can come into picture. So like that, there is something. So there's a small window of opportunity for you to work with them, but if you give too much time, then it may not be the same. So you have to standardize. So there are some challenges. The stromal replacement can affect the accuracy of the drug testing. So there are some challenges there. So now we have used animals. Now what if all the animals decide that they want to take a revenge on us? What will happen, right? So let's think about that thing. Because they are so nice to us, we should not be abusing them so much. So with that, I end my talk and look at that. Even now, I'm a little bit confused. Are the animals helping us or are we helping the animals? We don't know. And this is a slide that is telling the innocent animal is bringing a first aid kit to a wounded human. I think that's what it is. And the other way around is we as veterinarians, I am a veterinarian, many veterinarians here, we are treating many animal diseases. So I take pride in what we do. So let us look at lab animal science as something that promotes harmonization, thinking about global picture of animals, alternatives, benefiting both animals and humans and the environment. And there you go with the One Health program, right? So that is our One Health approach, and thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Professor Suresh Pusala, for your informative presentation. I now invite Professor Sugandhika Suresh to present a token of appreciation to Professor Suresh Pusala. Thank you very much, both of you. And with that, we now commence the scientific paper session of our Sri Lanka Association for Laboratory Animal Science session. And this platform showcases groundbreaking research and innovative ideas. To chair this session, I have the pleasure of inviting Professor Cholawat Pacharinsak, Director of Veterinary Anesthesia, Analgesia and Surgery, Department of Comparative Medicine, Stanford University School of Medicine, to take his place at the head table. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Professor Cholawat Pacharinsak as we begin the oral presentations.
Hold on, I'm just waiting. So should I announce now? Okay. So next there will be 3 presentations, and each of them will have roughly 10 minutes presentation. So I'll start with the first one. So the first one, the title is Assessment of the Effects of tributyltin induced on the growth of the giant DNA. And the presenter is Chamniska. Go ahead. So you have 10 minutes. Can we go ahead or you? Okay. Hold on. Good. Are we good? Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Hope I'm audible. Okay. So today I will be presenting to you my abstract on the assessment of the effects of tributyltin induced changes on the growth of giant Dania or the Devario malabaricus. Okay, so what is tributyltin? It's actually a toxic organotin compound that gets added into our waterways through numerous sources. So some of them are, it is used as a biocide in antifouling paints. That means it is applied to boats, ship hulls, and also static structures that are submerged underneath. Other than that, it can be seen in molluscicides, in wood preservatives, in industrial disinfectants, and also it can be seen in pesticides. So these are some of the uses that we pretty much encounter almost every day. Okay, so moving on now, why do we need to study about tributyltin? From the many researchers that have been done throughout the world, it has found that TBT is known to cause a wide array of toxicities, starting from developmental toxicity. As an example, it is known to cause the dorsal curvature of embryonic stages of rockfish. In terms of reproductive toxicity, it is known to induce imposex in female mollusks. In terms of hematological alterations, scientists have found that it can significantly reduce the size of RBCs in wolffish. Other than that, in terms of behavioral toxicity, altered swimming behavior have been found in different organisms. So these are very few examples of the toxicity that can be caused by tributyltin. So it's something that we should work on. Looking at the context of Sri Lanka, within the country, the effect of tributyltin, like specifically the physiological effect, has been the research on that is very scarce. Only the concentration of tributyltin across the country have been measured. So from that, they have found that in coastal waters, the TBT levels could range from 25 to 303 nanograms per liters. And also, even on a global context, the main focus of TBT toxicity studies are on marine ecosystems and their organisms. But looking at different sources, these TBT gets into water. TBT can be seen in surface waters such as rivers as well. So this brings me to the objective of my study, which is to assess the changes induced by environmentally realistic TBT levels on the growth parameters of a selected native fish species. So this is the experimental organism that I have used, the Devario malabaricus or the giant danio. Two special features which I determined when selecting this animal is, this is the closest native fish species to the famous model organism Danio rareo, which most of the ecotoxicological studies have been done throughout the world. Other than that, Devario malabaricus is a species that is frequently encountered in coastal water bodies in Sri Lanka. So we can actually see how the effect of tributyltin is on an actual organism in our country, in the context of Sri Lanka. Then the selection of test concentrations were based on the previous studies that was done using the same compound, but different test organisms, and also it was selected within the ranges that was recorded in Sri Lanka. Then moving on, this is a small summary of the method that I used throughout my research after obtaining the ethical clearance from the Institute of Biology, Sri Lanka. We proceeded with the experimental experiment, and initially from a culture facility we took about 150 fingerlings of this animal, and it was acclimatized for a period of 2 weeks. After the acclimatization period, animals were put into experiment. In the experimental study, we had a control with 3 tanks, that means 3 replicates with 10 organisms per each tank. And also in treatment groups, there was 100 nanograms per liter TBT group with 3 tanks, each had 10 organisms, and the other one was 300 nanograms per liter TBT group with 3 tanks and 10 animals in each group. The duration of exposure was for a period of 6 weeks, and all the experimental conditions, the pH, the temperature was kept constant, and the 12-hour light and dark period was given for these organisms throughout the exposure. In terms of growth parameters, we took the length and the weight post and prior to the experiment and after the experiment. Then moving on, and in terms of length, we took the standard length of the fish. It was obtained using the vernier caliper, and the percentage length change was measured using the mean length at the end of exposure minus the initial mean length divided by the initial mean length multiplied by 100. Likewise, the weight was also taken. The percentage weight change was taken by the mean weight of the final day minus the initial mean weight and divided by the initial mean weight. Then finally, these were the results that I obtained. In compared to the control, a significant length and weight change was actually observed in the 100 nanograms per liter group, where it showed in terms of length 11.09% length change was observed. In terms of weight, 31.7% weight change was observed. So how could this be? How could have this happened? What we can see is in some of the researches that have been done, they have shown at low concentrations, this TBT have the ability to induce oxidative stress within the cells that lead to beta cell injury, which could have gone to hyperglycemia, then it could have caused obesity. But at higher concentrations, TBT could have more direct cytotoxic effects on the system itself. It is actually evident because at the tours of the exposure, there were mortalities caused during the period of exposure. And then in concluding, what I could say is these effects were recorded at environmentally relevant levels. And when talking about Devario malabaricus, it's actually, when we see the features, morphological features, it's actually a bigger version of giant Danio. So more into the future, one day, maybe it could be used as an alternative animal model in the context of Sri Lanka. So this is the end of my presentation. Hope you enjoyed it, and if you do have questions, please ask. Thank you.
So we have about 2 minutes for a Q&A. And anyone have any questions?
So you said the oxidative stress, right?
Yeah.
Instead of speculating it is probably due to oxidative stress, why didn't you actually measure the oxidative stress? There's so many assessments available.
Yeah, actually I was going to do the oxidative stress. I needed to back my data using oxidative stress, but the thing was, when I extracted blood, when I tried to separate the serum, it always the red color was there in the serum. I don't know if there was a problem with the way I extracted blood, but actually now I have started doing it again, so maybe probably I can extract the serum and get the oxidative stress values and see if that's the real cause.
So nice presentation.
Thank you.
I have some question about the age of the fingerlings.
Yeah, they were 2 weeks.
2 weeks old.
Yeah.
Okay, but the average length is around 4 centimeters.
Meters,
right?
yeah.
And you exposed for 14 days?
No, 14 days was the acclimatization period for 6 weeks.
6 weeks
yeah.
exposure.
Yeah.
And I think I was a little bit confused about your toxicity. Can you go for the length and weight table?
This one.
Yes. Yes, sorry, maybe I wasn't, I didn't hear properly. Could you please tell me about this 100 nanograms is
Yeah.
increased in length or?
No, that means when we put stats in both in control and in 100 and 300, there was an increase in length, but the significant increase was seen in 100 nanograms per liter group.
Okay, even compared to the control,
Yeah.
it is more.
More, yeah.
Okay, right. And may I know whether you obtained the ethical clearance?
Yes, from Institute of Biology, Sri
Okay,
Lanka.
okay, thank you.
For oxidative stress, what parameter you will consider?
I was actually going to do the antioxidant assay for
Precisely markers.
sorry.
Precisely names.
Right.
Wait.
Yeah, I was. Sorry, the ABTS assay I was going to do. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
So for the next presenter, the topic is the immunogenicity of anti-rabies vaccines in New Zealand white rabbit model, a comparative study by Rath Nadiwakara. Just so you have 10 minutes. Oh, sorry.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm going to present about the immunogenicity of anti-rabies vaccines in New Zealand white rabbit model, a comparative study. We all know rabies is 100% fatal disease, but a vaccine preventable disease. And according to the global statistics, there are more than 59,000 people die annually from rabies. And up to 99% of these human rabies cases are dog-mediated. When we talk about Sri Lanka, there are about 47 to 22 dog-mediated human rabies deaths reported from 2019 to 2022. And the main method to control these rabies is by mass dog vaccination program through high-quality rabies vaccines. However, in several countries, there have been reported rabies-positive cases in dogs who have been vaccinated with low-quality vaccines. This emphasizes the fact that before being released in the field, these anti-rabies vaccines should have the approval of the state authorities and should comply with the regulations with regard to potency, sterility, safety, and efficacy. With these parameters, potency and efficacy of the anti-rabies vaccines are more important parameters. A potency of the vaccine, anti-rabies vaccine, is measured in vivo through a comparison between dose required to protect the vaccinated mice against clinical effects of a lethal dose of rabies virus with the dose of rabies vaccine reference preparation required for the same protection. With that, there are several rabies vaccines marketed in the country, but in Sri Lanka, we don't have any facility to test their potency at the local level. With that background, we have conducted a collaborative study with the WHO reference laboratory in France to assess the potency of available anti-rabies vaccines in Sri Lanka. And we have seen that there are several vaccines that does not comply with the required potency level. So, as the next step, measuring the efficacy of anti-rabies vaccine is done by measuring the rabies virus neutralization antibody titers using the standard FAVN test. So, with that background, we come to the objective of this study, which is to assess and compare the ability of anti-rabies vaccine to induce the RVNA titer response following a single dose of vaccination. For this study also, we have used the same batches of anti-rabies vaccines, which we have used for the potency testing. And as the second objective, in Sri Lanka, we don't have established facility to do the FAVN test at the local level. So we have to, our second objective was to assess the reliability of an ELISA technique compared to the standard FAVN test. The study was done in collaboration with the WHO reference laboratory in France and Medical Research Institute, Colombo, Sri Lanka. And this was a randomized control trial, which was conducted with the ethics approval from Faculty of Medicine, University of Colombo, and Medical Research Institute, Colombo. We have used 3 to 4 months old healthy New Zealand white rabbits weighing 1.5 to 2.5 kilos. Rabbits were bred and kept at the Animal House MRI and housed in single rabbit cages with an environmental temperature of 24 degrees Celsius and 12 hours light dark cycle. And at the moment, there are 7 different brands of anti-rabies vaccines in the Sri Lankan market. So we have tested all the single-dose preparation of these 7 brands. And additionally, we have tested 2 multi-dose preparations. Altogether, 9 vaccines were tested for their immunogenicity. Rabbits were randomly allocated for the different groups of vaccines identified by alphabetical values. And each vaccine was tested in 12 rabbits. This 12 number is decided based on the previous study on immunogenicity in dogs. And total number of animals used were 108 rabbits with 54 males and 54 females. On day 0, just before the vaccination, we collected the blood sample and we gave 1 ml of the anti-rabies vaccine subcutaneously. And post-vaccination samples were collected on day 7, day 14, and day 30. Animals were handled properly, and the sample collection was done on middle ear artery using sterile techniques. Once the samples were collected, serum was separated and stored in cryovials under minus 20 degrees Celsius, and each sample was assigned a sample identification number. Therefore, the laboratory was blinded for the treatment group. Sample analysis was conducted by 2 methods, the FAVN test and the BioPro ELISA kit. The FAVN test was performed in our collaborating laboratory in France, and the BioPro ELISA test was conducted in Sri Lanka. In this flowchart, you can see the summary of the FAVN test. I just go through it. And then the ELISA test was done according to the protocol provided by the manufacturer. And this is a blocking ELISA which detects rabies virus antibodies, and several studies have been conducted in different countries, and it has been found that this is a reliable ELISA to detect anti-rabies antibodies in animals. These are the steps of the ELISA technique. And we get the optical density values from the ELISA, and we calculated the percentage of binding with this equation. And when the percentage of binding is more than 70%, it is equal to the serum level of 0.5 IU per ml titer response. This 0.5 IU per ml titer response is the WHO and OR recommended threshold titer response, indicating adequate protection against rabies. When we move on to the results, we have seen that there's a relative comparison between our potency values and the immunogenicity values. The vaccines that had lower potency levels has displaying delayed and inconsistent immune response in rabbits, and vaccines with the proven potency had an adequate humoral immune response as early as day 7. And also we have seen that New Zealand white rabbits can maintain 0.5 IU per ml threshold until day 30 following a single dose of vaccination. Here you can see the mean titer levels in each of the days, and you can see the vaccines which didn't have adequate potency, like rabies killed vaccine. Canvac vaccine has a delayed immune response which is comparatively low to the other potent vaccines. When we talk about the ELISA results, we have seen that coefficient confidence, or the relatedness of between the FAVN test and the ELISA, was 54.6. But we have seen that ELISA kit demonstrated the highest specificity in detecting serum samples with titer less than 0.5 IU per ml. In conclusion, these results were in accordance with the results of the potency testing, which was previously performed on the same batches of vaccines. So we can say that the vaccines with potency values less than 1 IU per dose, which is the recommended potency level, induced delayed and inconsistent humoral immune response. And we have seen that anti-rabies vaccines currently available in Sri Lankan market have a significant variation in their immunity. And all the vaccines except the two have mounted early seroconversion, which is a key factor. The early seroconversion is a key factor in ensuring reliable protection in a rabies endemic country like us. And also we have seen that ELISA-CRIT demonstrated a good specificity in naive samples, detecting negative samples, but we have seen a little lower sensitivity in detecting positive samples. So further testing to validate this test in other animal samples should be performed before establishing this method in Sri Lanka. Once the method is established, we can use it as method to measure the vaccination programs currently conducted in Sri Lanka, to measure the successful rate of the vaccination programs. And further studies in local field dogs could be useful to assess the immunogenicity of these anti-rabies vaccines. Thank you.
Any questions?
You could have had a picture or a graph that could have showed the titer response. You had all of them were present as complicated tables. You could have used a graph, right? That was my comment.
Yeah, I think that part I agree. You know, I kind of have a question. I don't know whether it related from what you talk or not. With the two companies that has the slower titer, do you know whether it may last longer? You know, maybe at the beginning it's just slow to have a titer, but it may last even longer than the one that has a titer quicker. I'm just curious.
Actually, we only tested up to the day 30. Up to day 30 it
Sure.
lasted. So further studies for like longer period of time. Yes, yeah.
Anyone?
Just a small question that in Sri Lanka, all these vaccines are mainly used in dogs and cats.
Yes.
So how do you relate? Because there are a lot of epigenetic and genetic factors affect on immunogenicity. So how do you relate your results with these?
Yes. Since we needed to check all the vaccines. We didn't select the dog model at first, because in Sri Lanka we don't have facilities to keep dogs under laboratory conditions. So what we planned was we assess the immunogenicity in animal model, and we take the best for vaccine, and then we go for the field study and do the study in field dogs as the second step.
Okay, thank you. Very nice study.
Hasanti, if you were to use the rabies virus in the laboratory, what biosafety level you will require to use and handle
level 3 laboratory, level 3 and up. Level 3 laboratories.
Sure.
Yes. I worked in the France laboratory, BSL level 3 lab with this test.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So the title for next presenter is Protective Effects of Artium lepar root extract against the valproic acid induced hepatotoxicity and pancreatitis in Vista albino rats by Mukul. So you have 10 minutes.
So good afternoon to all. I am Mukul, and today I am going to present my work on the topic protective effect of Artium lepar root extract against valproic acid induced hepatotoxicity and pancreatitis in Vista albino rats. So this work we conducted at Vellore Institute of Technology, Tamil Nadu, India. So before going into the detail of the study, first I want to tell the significance of this study and some confusing terminologies, just like seizure, epilepsy and convulsions. So seizure is a single sudden transient episode of abnormal activity in the brain. That's we call as a single sudden transient episode, where we call epilepsy when we are having 2 or more seizure episodes in the 24 hours. Then we call it as an epilepsy. Whereas another case is the convulsion. Convulsion is an involuntary, rapid, violent muscle contraction that often associated with disorder like epilepsy, and usually it happens in the febrile seizure, especially in the children. When we are classifying the drugs, we classify drug as anti-epileptic only, but usually it's mainly classified, it's better way to classify the drug as anti-seizure, anti-epilepsy and anticonvulsants, because when we classify the different types of seizures, so some seizures are not producing convulsions, they are only just like a loss of consciousness only. And globally 50 million people worldwide are affecting by the epilepsy, that is a huge number. And we are having different type of seizures, it depending on the in which part of brain the electrical activity gets stimulated, or which part of brain we are having the exciting neurons. This is a focal onset. In this, only one part of brain is got affected. It can be the temporal lobe, parietal lobe, occipital lobe, or frontal lobe. If it is in one part of lobe, the seizure can be like that, the person is conscious. For example, like my hand is shaking, but I not able to stop it, I am conscious. So this is an focal onset of seizure. Where is the generalized onset? The complete brain is feeling the high electrical activity. And different type of seizure we classify in this, just like tonic, clonic, tonic-clonic and atonic. In the tonic-clonic, or first I'm going to explain the tonic. In tonic, the muscles got contracted and the person will fall like this. And where in the atonic, the muscle got too much relaxed and the patient fall in the front side. And in the tonic-clonic, the person fall backside and there is a jerking movements of the muscles and is not able to control his urinal and the bowel control also. And another type of generalized seizure is like that. Yeah, this is like that. We call it as absence seizure. Person just look at one point and he's lost the conscious. So we call it as absence seizure. Just we are throwing the ball to someone, he will look like that, he will not give any response. That is, we call it as absence seizure, and it is more common in the children from 2 to 11 years. And the unknown onset of seizure is mainly the febrile seizure. In that, it's mainly due to the high fever, and it will be reported in the age 2 to 4. And these are the mechanism of action of different drugs that we are using in the epilepsy. We are having 20 to 22 FDA approved drugs, just like phenytoin, carbamazepine, valproic acid, topiramate, lamotrigine. And it is strange to know that I said that 50 million people are suffering from epilepsy. 30% of those are anti-epileptic drug resistant. They are not showing any response to these drugs that are FDA approved. So we use different strategies to overcome this. And the most common strategy we use is in the multi-drug therapy. And especially we are using valproic acid. We can use any other drug also, but the reason to choose valproic acid is the more common drug for in the multi-drug therapy. The reason is why it is a broad spectrum type of anti-epileptic drug, and it show major action by the sodium channel blocker, T-type calcium channels, and facilitate GABA that increase the chloride flow, that decrease the excitability in the neuronal cells. So there are some more reasons. It's in combination with the narrow spectrum anti-epileptic drugs, just like carbamazepine and phenytoin. Adjuncts in the refractory epilepsy. Refractory epilepsy means when you give a single drug. Out of these drugs, if you give a single drug, the patient will not show any response. So in that case, the multiple drug therapy becomes necessary. And syndrome in the mixed type of seizure, when the physician not getting it's a which type of seizure or a mixed type of seizure. So this is the chemical structure of valproic acid. We get from its valeric acid. It is the first line anti-epileptic drug, very broad spectrum of actions. And this is a mechanism of action, prolongation of sodium channel inactivation, facilitation of GABA, and inhibition of T-type calcium channels. And some other things are also there. In children, the drug of choice is valproic acid. The another thing is that when the doctor don't know which type of seizure is, he prescribe the drug valproic acid in combination or as a single therapy. And it is also used in migraine prophylaxis and the bipolar disorder. But this drug comes with a black box warning. It means that this drug is life-threatening. because it causes hepatotoxicity, teratogenicity, and pancreatitis. And this drug is all doctor not suggest to use in the pregnant women because it causes severe teratogenicity. And these are different formulation are available, just like tablet, capsules, controlled release, ampules, vials, syrups also. These are available in the market. And this is the valproic acid complete adverse effect. This I got from the WHO database for adverse effect, VG-base. And in this, you can see the more disorder are related to the gastrointestinal disorder and the hepatobiliary disorder. We are also having the disorder like nervous system disorder, that is 15%, but we are not targeting this because they are not fatal. Because if just like liver failure happen in the children, because if he is taking valproic acid, that is more fatal. And is in nervous system disorder, it's like drowsiness, lack of concentration, these type of adverse effects comes more. And this is the cases just like in different Asia, Africa, America, all are having the similar type of pattern. And the age wise also we can see the age from 18 to 44 years having the more cases. Now the question is, why valproic acid doing hepatotoxicity and pancreatitis? Because we know ADME, absorption, distribution, metabolism, and excretion. So it is having a good protein binding 90%. And when it metabolized by the use of cytochrome P450, specifically cytochrome 2C19, it gives two toxic metabolites, that is 2,4-diene valproic acid and 5,4,5-epoxy valproic acid. And it's react with the sulfhydryl group present in the cells, and specifically with the glutathione that's containing the SH group, and also other cellular proteins. So this is the method how it is causing, and it's also inhibiting the beta oxidation by inhibiting carnitine palmitoyl transferase 1. Like this, it is causing the hepatotoxicity and triggering inflammatory response, the different factors TNF alpha, NF kappa B, and interleukin 1 beta. Similarly, it is causing the pancreatitis majorly by the direct effect and triggering the inflammation and the endoplasmic reticulum stress. Now we are coming to the drug. We have used the herbal drug Atium Lapa. It is usually easily available in the market in the different formulation. We are using in India. We are putting in tea for getting the proper antioxidant action. Also hair oil, shampoos, other things are available. It is highly rich in antioxidant properties or antioxidant constituents. And in Chinese, actually it is a traditional Chinese medicine, it is known as Nyubang. In Japan, it is known as Gobo. And in India, Hindi, it's... So I'm coming to the result part mostly. So we published one review article in one Springer journal 4.8 that's indicating this action. And now the methodology. So we prepare the extract of this drug, then the chemical profiling by QT of LCMS, MTTT assay for cytotoxicity, animal study, result interpretation, and the conclusion. So we dried the abstract, make the coarse powder, and we use oxalate apparatus using ethanol and water as a solvent and extract, and we lyophilize the powder to use for it's a long time, and we dried the powder. And we got the yield around 7%. And after getting the extract, we go for chemical profiling by quadrufold time of flight LCMS. And we use this technique because it have both positive and the negative mode. And we got these compounds, those are the present in the extract that show that it is having a good anti-epileptic properties already mentioned in the reviews, just like artesunate, actigenin, and lapolef. And this is the MTTT assay. I'm coming to direct this. We don't find any toxicity in the pancreatic and the liver cells. And this is the groupicom value. Group 1 we use control, group 2 is valproic acid, group 3 we use valproic acid plus burdock root extract 300 mg. Group 4 we just change the drug to 500 mg and carnitine is NS standard. And group 6 is an single group, that is single drug group, that is the burdock root extract highest dose 500 mg. This is an 28-day studies in which all the days we give valproic acid, burdock root extract, and carnitine by the oral route. And these are the tests we have done, that the ALT, AST, and ALP in the serum. In this, the dose we are using as a 500 mg plus valproic acid is showing the good results. Similarly, the antioxidant assays, that catalase, SOD, glutathione, and the malonaldehyde, Similarly, the drugs having the range of 300 is in this, some group is showing good result, in some group the group having drug 500 mg showing the better results. The pancreas function test amylase and lipase. In this, the drug having the 300 mg group is showing the better result than the 500 mg group. And this is the antioxidant assay, same, the malondihyde, SOD, catalase, and the GSS, then the immunohistochemistry for NF-kappa B and NRF2. So in NF-kappa B, we can see the drugs group number 4. It's showing the better results than group 5 and group 6. And similarly, in the NRF2, the group 4 is showing the better result. Same parameters we take for pancreas, NF-kappa B and NRF2. And then we go for the histopathology, group 1, group 2, group 3, group 4, group 5, 6. In the group 2, you can see there is a damage of the architecture of acinar cells and the inflammation in the interstitial cells. When in group 3 and group 4, you can see the normal architecture and little bit interstitial cells inflammation. And similarly, the histopathology, you can see the group 2, there is more damage in between where the arrow is mentioned and the above the arrow. Where in the group 3 and group 4, you can see the overcoming of the normal literature and decreasing in the inflammation. And these are the references with which we compare our studies with the already used drug. In the future and conclusion, we can with this result we can say that that RTM-LAPA is a good candidate for as an adjuvant therapy with the valproic acid, but we need more studies just like Western blot to confirm the proper mechanism of action on by which protein it is acting and the PCR at the genetic level. And we are trying to cover the limitation because we use the standard drug as carnitine. Carnitine, we are using it, but it's precipitating the epilepsy when we are giving with valproic acid, and also the adverse effect of carnitine that the person who is taking carnitine for a long period, he get fishy odor smell from the body. So that is quite irritating also, and we are also going to study how the RTM-LAPA interact with the valproic acid in pentylene tetrazole induced epilepsy model, and we are going to further analyze the levels of neurotransmitter GABA and glutamate in the brain. So this is all about my study. I would like to thank VIT for providing me the infrastructure and the facilities, my guide Dr. Evans Prince Sabina, and SLALAS for giving me the chance to present here, and the rats who are helping us to conduct our study for the betterment of human being and the treatment. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So we may have like one. Okay.
So you use 300 and 500 milligram dose.
Yes, sir.
What was the basis to decide the dose?
For the 300 mg, we are having the proper references that it is used to treat the toxicities related to the liver. Just example, for paracetamol, people have already used this drug, RTM-LAPA root extract.
When there are no literature and suppose you have to go for these studies, what is the basis? How people decide? You have any idea?
We can decide by the cell line or some basic studies, or we can try by the multiple drugs dosing as an preliminary work, and on basis of that we can define by the LD50 and the ED50 values.
And last quick question.
Yes.
You said Western blot and PCR to be
Yes,
your future for
Yes.
to understand the mechanism of action. What parameters in Western blotting and PCR?
In Western blotting, we are trying to identify some proteins that are involved in the mechanism, just like RIPK1, that is one of the signaling molecule in the necroptosis, RIPK3, and we are also trying to cover the proteins involved in the apoptosis, just like caspases 1, caspases 9, and caspases 3.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So I think for this session we just finish for now, and then we continue tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you once again for all our presenters as well as for our guest panelists for your contribution. Next, we have our fourth guest speech, and I invite Ms. Piyumika Ayappa, the Secretary for Sri Lanka Association for Laboratory Animal Science, to introduce the speaker, Dr. Mairi Thammati Agodage, former head of the Animal Center Medical Research Institute of Colombo. Over to you, Miss.
Okay, let me read the citation of Dr. Mayuri Thammittiyagodage. Dr. Mayuri Thammittiyagodage is a veterinarian who has served in the laboratory animals discipline for more than 30 years. In 1994, she began her career as a laboratory animal veterinarian by joining the Medical Research Institute, and in 1996, she received special training in Japan. In returning to the country after 9 months of training in Japan, she contributed to the section by maintaining inbred and outbred colonies required for laboratory animal research, producing laboratory animal feed for the animal colonies, performing microbiological monitoring, collaborating with research activities, and conducting teaching and training activities. In 27, she joined the research activities on chronic kidney disease with unknown etiology, a disease entity that was prevalent among the farming communities in the north central province of Sri Lanka, and performed research to find out the etiology of the disease condition using animal models. Her CKDU research career lasted nearly 17 years, and she published many papers in local and also in international journals and received many prestigious awards, including the S. Ramachandran Award given to the best paper on kidney disease by the Sri Lanka Medical Association, twice for her work on CKDU. In 2010, she became the head of the section of Laboratory Animal Center at MRI and served until December 2024. She became the president of SLALAS in 2014. She holds several responsible positions in the Sri Lanka Association for the Advancement of Science, such as the president of Section A in 2015, the chairperson of the General Research Committee in 2018, and also as a committee member of the Science and Technology Advisory Committee and the Ethics Committee of SLALAS from 2021 to 2024, and also she prepared a few book chapters for the guideline book on laboratory animal science, which is going to be launched by the GRC of SLAS very soon. She contributed to the development of the guideline for care and use of laboratory animals and scientific research prepared by the SLALAS also. She presented at the Asian Federation of Laboratory Animal Science Congress in 2018 in Singapore, and in 2023, she represented Sri Lanka at the AFLAS Congress in South Korea under the theme of the role of laboratory animal veterinarians in Asia. At present, she serves as a council member of the Asia Pacific College of Laboratory Animal Medicine. So, over to you, madam.
Thank you, Pirimika, for generous introduction. This one. Take it to the full screen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Actually, this topic was given by our SLALAS president, Dr. Sachini Amarasekara. Actually, she wanted me to discuss about 3 decades of experiences. Rather than expertise, I would like to present it as experiences. A veterinarian's journey in advancing laboratory animal science in Sri Lanka. I would like to start my lecture or presentation with background information. Actually, we got the formally equipped laboratory animal facility to Sri Lanka in 1989 to 1999 with the internationally designated animal colonies. Previously, we have non-specific breeds such as albino rats, mice, etc. But we got designated animals from clear origin after we established this animal facility. And same time, laboratory animal veterinarians were new concept in Sri Lanka until 1989 to 1990. Then, because we don't have a background related to laboratory animal science, we were sent abroad. actually we were veterinarian to do field work, to treat cat and dogs and cows, etc. So we were sent to Japan for special training on laboratory animal science. After returning, the institute expected us to manage the laboratory animal center. That is our main task. Other than that, there was a huge demand for research. I mean, herbal based research were very popular those days, and scientists without having proper technical skills. Sometimes they wanted to get hands-on training to handle laboratory animals, maybe to draw nearly 1 milliliter blood from visitor rats. Everything had been some new experiences, but we came back with hands-on experiences. Because of that, other than the management, the institute expect us to support the research and training activities in the country by helping them. So early days, other than those activities, MRI also largely involved with disease diagnosis activities using laboratory animal. Dengue is endemic disease in Sri Lanka, and early days, our main duty was to produce suckling mice and giving it to virology department to produce dengue and chikungunya antigen preparation. Same like that, we were helping to do the pyrogen test because they were doing distilled water and saline they were locally manufacturing those things. Sometimes researchers are coming to raise polyclonal antibodies for human, animal and plant pathogens using rabbit. Sometimes vaccine efficacy and safety testing use ICR mice and guinea pig for human and animal use. Rabies confirmatory test using juvenile mice, usually 6 to 8 weeks. Hemagglutination and hemagglutination inhibition test using gander blood. Over the years, somehow these techniques were replaced by non-animal method, or some techniques were just abandoned. I don't know, they would have imported some test kit from abroad. Then subsequently, our main duty other than the management was supporting research and training activities. Since the initial stage, in parallel to laboratory investigation, there was a high demand for research and training activities using lab animals. I think Professor Sugandhika Suresh is there. She was among the early students who came to get the training done, and lot of students, as naive researchers, they used to get the hands-on training to lab animal facility. Actually, this demand was mainly from the government universities. Government universities send their undergraduate and postgraduate research students for training as well as collaborative research. Because we were getting opportunity to collaborate with the people. So our part of duty was collaborating. At this stage, though Animal Center at MRI was under the Ministry of Health, all the finance were coming from Ministry of Health and functioning as national capacity, but the entire services were given to outside. The entire country relied on MRI to purchase internationally designated laboratory animals or research or training activities. If collapse in the laboratory animal supply from MRI would have been the total collapse of laboratory animal based research in the country. Because of that, there was a huge responsibility on us to give the uninterrupted services to manage these internationally designated laboratory animal colonies in the country. Now, then after some times, initial phase was very smooth. We had all the support, reagent, equipment, whatever we asked, we got everything. After some times, we were facing challenges, and our duties were having prolific breeding colonies, uninterrupted feed supply, and maintaining functional state central air conditioning system with air exhaust system were among the main challenges. Somehow, after 20 years of continuous functioning, central air conditioning and air exhaust system collapsed in 2010 after more than 20 years of continuous service. Several attempts were made to repair it, but all the attempts failed. Because that unit were given by JICA was somehow high-tech, I don't know. And local technology was unable to catch up the repair and replace. So because of that, we were in a difficult situation without having cooling air exhaust system. Several attempts were made to repair it, but all the attempts failed. Then this was 2010 to 2004 tsunami hit us. There were a lot of donation. Donation means everything is getting, we hit the tsunami in 2004, we were getting donation in 2010. So we got some split type air conditioning to the ministry, and all the this thing came to MRI, and I got nearly 17 to 20 split type air conditioning units and installed to each and every rooms. Within 1 year, workers come and complaining that doctor air conditioning systems are not functioning. Then I thought that newly installed this thing. Then when we were scrutinizing the thing, actually I was influencing the director saying that they have done some not suitable kind of repair or whatever it is. What has happened is because of high ammonia concentration, all the duct line had been porous. The copper duct lines were porous, and again we were back to square one. So anyway, without having the air exhaust system, and without having the functioning air exhaust system, air cooling replacement was useless. And this is the air exhaust system situated in each and every room. It effectively 10 to 15 air exhausts per hour, and it effectively remove the accumulated ammonia in the rooms. Without having that, using split type AC system was also impossible. Then to reduce the ammonia concentration, we had no any other alternatives. We changed the operational procedure. We opened the animal rooms, and if I go to this picture, we open all the laboratory animal rooms, and rat and mice area is separated from guinea pig and rabbit area. In between there is a corridor. Even that door was also open. And this corridor is connected to our washing room. And washing room had a very powerful exhaust fan, because people were working in the facility through a whole day. They have installed a very powerful exhaust fan to expel the accumulating ammonia inside the washing room. We use that system to exhaust the air system, and by doing that, certain amount of ammonia concentration were reduced. Then then we have two other experiments. This is the situation of the breeding area. We have two different areas to carry out non-infectious animal experiment and infectious animal experiment. Non-infectious animal experiment, we do diabetic research, nutritional trial, etc. It is situated in the first floor. We open the doors also, windows also, other than the rooms, connecting rooms, etc. We open the windows in the rooms and expose it to the natural ventilation. Non-infectious animal experimenting and activities were continued, but the infectious animal experiment area was temporarily closed down. Somehow, for 5 years, without having the air exhaust system, technological gap, financial gaps, and all that. So finally, we was requesting international support. So actually, we wrote to ALA magazine, World Magazine. They accepted our article. In that paper, I have explained the current management practices and requested international support. So I don't know whether international people have even noticed that. Somehow our director has noticed this letter, and he came to me with some solution. And then they discussed with Central Engineering Consultancy Bureau, and somehow they were able to replace the air exhaust system and air cooling system. So after 5 years of continuous effort, 2015 to 16 period, central air conditioning and air exhaust system were re-established by MRI. Now the subsequent problems we face, problems encountered due to malfunctioning air cooling and air exhaust system. Drastic fluctuation of microenvironment has negative feedback on animal colonies. Breeding performances of rabbit, guinea pig and hamster were observed to be badly affected due to malfunctioning air exhaust and cooling system. Hence, the breeding performances of these 3 colonies were taken as the indicator to measure the colony performances. A study was designed to retrospectively analyze the breeding performances of above 3 animal colonies. Breeding performance before the breakdown. 2009, we had the functioning central air conditioning and cooling system. during the breakdown period and immediately after re-establishment of the central air conditioning and air access system were retrospectively analyzed and compared. Birth to wean ratio of these three colonies were analyzed for the period of 2009 to 2015. During the year 2009, central air conditioning and air exhaust system were functioning appropriately. Hence, breeding performance of the year 2000 was taken as the standard breeding parameter. Percentage reduction or increase calculated annually and summarized in table 1. With effect from 2015, the central air conditioning and air exhaust system was established. After re-establishment, breeding performance were revisited using 2009 data as the baseline value. You can see what has happened to our colonies due to malfunctioning central air conditioning and air exhaust system. Initially, it was not badly affected, but with time goes, especially guinea pig colony, hamster colony, reduce up to the non-existent level. Somehow, vista rats, they were not badly affected. That is the heart of the research, and that was not badly affected. And inbred colonies such as C3H, C57BL, bulb C also were not that badly affected. And after re-establishment of the micro environment, New Zealand white rabbit colony suddenly gained back their prolific breeding pattern, but guinea pig, they reduce further down, and after that it gradually pick up their breeding performances. For even our lady who presented rabies vaccine, we produce 100 rabbits after this re-establishment mean. We somehow, they gain their good prolific breeding pattern after re-establishment. Conclusion drawn from the study, the worst affected colonies were New Zealand white rabbit, guinea pigs and hamsters. To maintain continuous supply of laboratory animal for the increasing demand of the country, smooth functioning of the central air conditioning and air exhaust system is an essential requirement. Findings were present in the International Conference on Japanese Graduate Alumni Association of Sri Lanka in the 2016. Now, the second problem is now the barrier system was disturbed during the affected period, and we want to reassure the microbiological status of the colonies. Microbiological status is universal to all the laboratory animal colonies. Colonies were maintained inside the barrier system and standard operation procedure was followed. During the affected period, the microenvironment of animal colonies were disturbed. It is necessary to conduct regular microbiological monitoring to see whether the integrity inside the barrier system was affected during the breakdown period. Vista rat colony is the most popular laboratory animal colony in Sri Lanka. 1,023 and 655 vista rats were issued during the year 2017 and 2017 up to October 2018. The majority, maybe 98 of vista rats are used for research purposes. After the re-establishment of the central air conditioning system, microbiological monitoring was performed in the year 2017 for all the animal colonies. However, Mycoplasma was not screened due to logistic reasons. Leptospira is also important in rat colonies as rat used for infectious experiment. As such, study was performed to assess Mycoplasma and Leptospira status of the vista rat colony in the animal center at MRI. Most rats were taken from the retired breeding colony and all wean stock also recruited. Animals were deeply anesthetized using isoflurane and cardiac puncture was performed. 40 blood samples were collected and subjected to latex particle agglutination test to detect the Mycoplasma status. Microscopic agglutination test to detect Leptospira antibodies. All the tests were performed at the Department of Bacteriology MRI. All the rat serum samples were negative for Mycoplasma and Leptospira antibodies. In 2023, a comprehensive microbiological monitoring program was designed. Rat and mice, 5% of the total population each room were randomly selected. Accordingly, ICR mice, bulb C, C3H, C57BL, vista rat were humanely euthanized as indicated in these numbers. We humanely euthanized. Post-mortem were performed. Throat swab, blood, water bottles, food direct from the mouth, cecal swabs, fecal samples were subjected to various bacteriological and parasitological investigation. Rabbit and guinea pigs, 33% of the population from each rooms were randomly selected and screened. Rabbits and guinea pigs, nasal and food drug were cultured in blood agar plates. Fecal samples were subjected to salt flotation test. Results revealed that throat swab from mice and rats were negative for pathogenic Pasteurella, Staphylococcus aureus, Streptococcus epidemicus, Streptococcus pneumoniae. Serum samples were negative for microplasma antibodies. Water samples were negative for Pseudomonas aeruginosa. Fecal samples were negative for Salmonella, Shigella, and Campylobacter and Pseudomonas aeruginosa. Fecal samples of rat and mice were negative for Giardia. Guinea pig and rabbit isolates were negative for Pseudomonas aeruginosa, Streptococcus pneumoniae, Streptococcus epidemicus, Staphylococcus aureus, Pasteurella, Maltosida, Pasteurella pneumotropica, and Corynebacterium kucheri. Trichurious eggs were detected in fecal samples on rabbits and guinea pig, but that is not a listed organism under SPF condition. In conclusion, laboratory animal colonies at MRI are free from most of the specific pathogen bacteria and gastrointestinal worms and are suitable for research use. Now, ensuring microbiological status, post-mortem records also equally important. We do post-mortem during the affected period. As the microenvironment of the barrier system was affected during the breakdown period, it was essential to conduct regular post-mortem investigation of the colonies. As the most affected colonies due to malfunction in central air conditioning and air exhaust system, post-mortem records of guinea pig and rabbits were retrospectively analyzed. A study was performed from 2017 to 2022 to find out most prevalent causes of their death. Post-mortem records of 37 guinea pigs and 13 New Zealand white rabbits were retrospectively analyzed. Bacteriological reports related to post-mortems also were analyzed. Significant number of deaths due to food pad bleeding, rupture and torsion of the stomach in guinea pig and rabbit respectively. Guinea pig bacteriological report, 15 report, revealed Klebsiella species, Proteus, Pseudomonas, E. coli and Staphylococcus species, but identified were not pathological strain according to the biochemical test. Rabbit bacteriological report, 7 numbers, reveal Micrococcus species, Escherichia coli, Streptococcus and Staphylococcus species. Again, identified strain were non-pathogenic according to biochemical test. Now, one challenge is over. After breakdown, we repair the facility. Our breeding performance were successful and microbiological status revealed that it is basically all right to conduct animal experiment because there is no other source to get laboratory animals. If this is gone forever, it is very costly. It is get it down from somewhere and somehow we have to manage with the existing resources. Then COVID-19 pandemic, not only our animal house, many animal houses were badly affected. After COVID-19 pandemic, country did without having the required dollars to import essential commodities. We produce our laboratory animal feed because it is not commercially available. But rabbit, dogs and cat food is freely available in supermarket. Because of the low requirement, we don't have commercial feed. Even we don't have bedding material. Commercial bedding material is not available. We go to sawmills, we collect sodas, we sieve it, we autoclave it in 120 degrees and we use for the cages. Job is not that easy. It is very difficult. During the COVID-19 period, we badly affected. Somehow we got some support from the administration. During that period, feed cost was very high. We decided to remove unwanted breeders from the facility and we only maintain the required number of animals and we impose 4 times price hiking for the animals because when it is really cheap, people come and do the animal experiment. We increase the 4 times price hiking. By doing that, we were able to reduce a certain amount of expenses and we only take orders and once they confirm only we put them for breeding. Otherwise, we don't do breeding and keep it. Now, even morning also, Professor Sugandhika said that all the people are asking males. Then each and every time, actually that is the scenario in Sri Lanka. Almost everybody, when we ask the reason, they say because of the hormonal this thing. But each and every time we have to keep that, we can't euthanize animal without having any reason. Those are the problems. Somehow, by applying these measures, we were able to reduce the feed cost. And this is the data from 2020 to 2023. And those days we produced nearly 1,000 or more than that. These days we go up to only 800 kilogram of laboratory animal feed. Now future challenges are not, over. Every day is a challenge. Now what are the future challenges? So old machineries. We have more than 35 years old machineries. Commercial laboratory animal feed formulation are not available, as I earlier mentioned. Animal Center at MRI produce all the required animal feed formulas using locally available feed ingredients. Machineries were given during the JICA MRI technical cooperation and are older than 35 years. Though there are requirements for new machineries, no local vendors provide machinery for the feed dryer, mixer and pelleting machine. Veterinarians are facing problem due to regular breakdown of old machinery. Constraint in preparing laboratory animal feed, other constraint, various contamination and adulteration of locally available feed ingredient. We produce open ration, so we get it from, if we purchase soya meal, we don't know whether 100% soya meal. Adulterations are there. Non-availability of some feed ingredient time. Sometimes soya oil is not available. When we replace it with some other oil, sunflower oil, then again that is not available in the market. Then we have to do the calculation and find out some other suitable oil formula. Likewise, there are a lot of problems and price hiking. But there are problems, people same like us, they also increase their prices also. So time price hiking is there. And our pellet binder is molasses. Molasses is a byproduct of sugarcane industry. Molasses in Sri Lanka, distillery industries try well, and all the molasses are going for distillery industry. So because of that, it is difficult to get molasses. So far we had been successful by pleading and writing so many letters. And other problem is non-availability of spare parts and required expertise to repair machinery. And even with great effort, we produce laboratory animal feed. When we check the sample, especially rat sample, it contained 22 milligram per gram of aflatoxin. According to Codex Index, we are marginally all right, but we apply some measures to reduce that. Instead of buying powdered maize meal, now we get the grains and grind it and use. So by doing that, we were able to reduce the aflatoxin concentration. And the other thing is all system of maintenance. I went Japan in 1990, and one of my technician went to New Zealand in 1999. After that, we have never exposed to new technology. We don't know what is happening in other countries, and we are continue with the all maintenance system. All maintenance system of guinea pig and rabbit colonies need to be changed. We observed during the post-mortem investigation, we observed that lot of bumble puts in the guinea pigs due to mesh cage system, and we changed the housing system into open pens like this. Now they are in the open pens, and we shifted them to plastic shoebox type cages, and they are happy there. But the rodent facility, it is totally a rodent facility, and they have given us the cage housing system for rabbits. This is the way we are housing the rabbits. After reading the guideline given in 1990, I realized that for them also open system is there. But our cages are carpeted and all that. So because of that, all of a sudden we can't convert it to open pen system. We are still practicing the old management system. So those are the problems we face. This is the way we are keeping our rabbits. I don't know in other countries also, they may be keeping them still like this. And initially we had air filtered system, rack system to maintain rabbits, but continuous power failures and all that affected that, and we got into the rack. Even initially C3H, C57 and C57 and BL colonies were inside the isolators. Again the same problem, certain days, because somehow with us they also thrive well under local condition, and now they are in the rack system, and so far so good. I don't know what will be the future. So, are we ready for the future challenges? It is essential to introduce new blood to the old breeding colonies. So, over the years, you notice that guinea pig and rabbit colony has, though they are maintained as outbred colonies, the colony number has reduced less than 25 breeding pairs. Because of that, it needs new blood. As it is functioning as the National Animal Center, it is needed some financial assistance to face the future challenges ahead. All machinery in the feed production unit needs to be replaced. Lack of enough staff to work in animal facilities is further challenging. Nowadays, people, they don't want to wash cages. They are getting sophisticated job being within the same job caliber, but they have better jobs. So we don't have incentives to provide them. So like that, people are not encouraged to work in animal facilities. To overcome the challenges and continue the service offered, problems need to be identified and rectified appropriately. These are my references, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mairita Matiagadage, for sharing your inspiring journey. I now invite Ms. Piyumika Ayappa to present a token of appreciation to Dr. Thamatiagadage. We invite Dr. Thamatiagadage to receive the token of appreciation from Sri Lanka Association for Laboratory Animal Science. Thank you, Dr. Thamatiagadage and Ms. Ayappa. Ladies and gentlemen, we now come to the final guest speech of the day. This session will be conducted online, and it is our great honor to welcome Professor Marcel Fabrot, Secretary General of the International Council for Laboratory Animal Science. To introduce our distinguished speaker, I now invite Dr. Varuni Gunathilaka, the President-elect of Sri Lanka Association for Laboratory Animal Science, to address the gathering. Yes, madam.
Thank you very much. I'm just to introduce the speaker, Professor Adjunto. It's a great privilege and honor to me to introduce the General Secretary of E-Class, Professor Adjunto. Professor Adjunto graduated in veterinary medicine from the University of Federal Fluminense with a master's degree in reproductive physiology. I apologize. I will read the citation again. This is the citation of Professor Marshall Freshbolt, the E-Class General Secretary. Professor Freshbolt was graduated in the veterinary medicine from the Universidade Federal Fluminense with a master's degree in reproductive physiology and a postdoctoral training in reproductive biotechnology from Cornell University. Currently a professor at the Health Sciences Center for Universidade Federal do Rio de Janeiro. He is an advisor for the graduate programs in morphological sciences and biomedical research, focusing on human and animal-assisted reproduction and laboratory animal science. He works in the fields of laboratory animal science, production and cryopreservation of gametes and embryos from rodents, and reproductive physiology. He has served as the coordinator of the Ethics Committee of Animal Use at UFRJ since 2014 and is responsible for the coordination of activities with experimental biological models at UFRJ. He is also the coordinator of the Laboratory of Innovation in the Assistant Reproduction at UFRJ and has been a member of the board of the Federation of Experimental Biological Societies since 2015. He is the Secretary General of the International Council for Laboratory Animal Science and Editor-in-Chief of the Biological Model Research and Technology Journal. He has been a member of the National Council for the Control of Animal Experimentation from 2009 to 2013 and from 2017 to 2021, and served as the President of Brazilian Society for Laboratory Animal Science from 2007 to 2009. With that brief introduction, I would like to welcome Professor Prajwalt, who joins online with us. Over to you, Professor.
Okay. Can you see the presentation? Can you hear me?
We can hear you and we can see your presentation, sir.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. So we'll start saying some words. Eu bovan, suba sandiavak, apiva, ven karanami, durat ekakata. Karana labane eka lokupina. And I believe I need to translate that because of my accent. I said just good afternoon, and it's great to be here with you, even with this distance and being in a remote session. It's an honor. Thank you very much, Dr. Sashini, and we will talk about the future. So hopefully in the future we will be able to meet each other in presence. Thank you so much, and thank you for the introduction. So we'll talk about the future. So the trends in laboratory animal science for the next 20 years. And I start showing this International Laboratory Station because several years ago, there was an animal facility in the space. And we can find some videos of animal in zero gravity in YouTube. And it's very interesting just to see a lab animal facility in an international space station. So I could say that this is probably some of our future. So I have no commercial relation to any company that products or companies that I will show. That's important to point out. And the first question is, if you remember how laboratory animal was 20 years ago, just 20 to 30 years ago. And that's important questions. If some of you might remember how it was 20 years ago and how it is now, and what are the changes in the past 20 years. And that's a sad question, not a very good question, because that's for our reality here in Brazil. I don't know the reality in Sri Lanka, but for some institutions and for some facilities, we don't see much change in the last 20 years. But for other facilities, we do see some changes. And the question is how the changes will be in the next 20 years. So that's a starting point of the importance of talking about the future. So the goal is to discuss trends in the field of laboratory animal science. This is not a guessing or crystal ball game, but it's an interesting and very important exercise that we should do in all fields, not only laboratory animal science, but in all the fields. It's important to discuss and understand the trends for the future. So the next question, it's a very important question also. Will animals be used in research in 2045, 20 years from now? And for some of us that we are in the middle to the end of our career, that might not be a very important question. But for someone who is starting on laboratory animal science, this question is very important because they should ask if they are in the right area. If animals will not be used in the future, should we work with animals now or start to work with animals now? So I did this presentation 3 years ago at the SLALAS in France. And at that time, we had technology. People could answer the questions on real time. So I will bring some of the results from this particular audience, from this particular public that were like 40, 50 people in the room. So I will bring the answer just to give some idea. but ideally would to have time to discuss each of these questions, each of these topics that I will bring with more time to discuss and have some position on how it will be in the future. So this question was posed to them, and the answer was that yes, 70% of the people said that animals will be used in 20 years from now, and 30% said that no. The next question, and I was very happy to see a picture that Dr. Vera Baumans was in Sri Lanka in this meeting in previous years. I like her very much, and also saw the picture with Dr. Pat Turner and Dr. Cynthia Pico, three wonderful lab animal scientists. So I imagined how good it was the meeting with these three ladies. But when Dr. Vera Baumans was here in Brazil, she posed us a very interesting question. She said that if animal research is forbidden, we are not allowed to use animals anymore. The scientific committee should create a task force to implement alternative methods. And in 20 years, it should have a valid replacement for all areas of biomedical research. That was her comment. And since then, and it has many years, I remember this comment. And when I prepared this presentation, I decided to put the second question related to this comment. And the question is, do you agree if animal use is forbidden today? In 20 to 30 years, we should have alternative methods for all the areas of science. And the idea is that if we need, the need drives innovation. And at this moment, it's important to talk about alternative methods, but there is no need because we are allowed to use animals. And the situation that Dr. Baumans placed to us is that if we are not allowed anymore, we will need to work on alternatives. We will need to put money to have incentives and funding to work and develop new alternative methods. And I posed this question and the answer was 54. So it was 70%. Some people changed their opinion, saying that, yes, we will have alternative methods for all areas if we have the need to develop these alternative methods. So that's an interesting question for people working in this area. I like this sentence here in the middle of the slides. If you work as a robot, someday you will be replaced by one robot. And there's very important questions to our technician, our students, that we need to be in mind about our future robotic and artificial intelligence. And I changed this question. So in my previous presentation, I had this question as, are we going to have more robotics and artificial intelligence? And this is not a question anymore. We will have more robotics and artificial intelligence. But the question now is, how will be laboratory animal science with robotics and artificial intelligence? So the answer is it's already yes, but the question is how impact it will be. Robotics, it's not the future, it's already present in us, not in our reality in Brazil. So when I talk about the future or the trends, some of the points, it's already present in some countries, and it's completely non-present in other countries. So our reality here in Brazil, it's very different from the reality in the United States and in Europe. And I believe that we have very similar reality, similar situation as Sri Lanka. But artificial intelligence and robotics, it's definitely present and will be even more present in our future. And I decided to ask ChatGPT about the laboratory animal science of the future, and the answer was pretty complete and straightforward. Advanced, I can read that in technology and automation. ChatGPT talked about robotic systems, smart cages, real-time monitoring, real-time data analysis, focus on 3 Rs. Very interesting that he understands that it's important to the 3 Rs and organ-in-a-chip, silico models, reduction in animal numbers, sustainable design, very important issue that the artificial intelligence brought, renewable energy, waste recycling, eco-friendly materials, modular infrastructure, and flexible adaptation. Ethics and animal welfare is an important issue. Central focus on animal well-being and enrichment environments. Global collaboration, very important as well. Something that I like to talk. Centralized data sharing network, international standardized practice, human-centric crisis and resilient design, training with virtual reality, agronomic systems, and some points with pandemic. Very interesting response from artificial intelligence, or ChatGPT. Here, it's just an example that I've been working lately. It's to use this tool. It's not artificial intelligence, but it's a technology that I believe it's about the future. It's the Alexa and the Google Home, and we are working on a way to not use any more paper or any type of registration inside animal rooms. So we can just say commands with our voice, and we can say like, okay, Google, remind Alexa that, okay, my cell phone just woke up when I said this first sentence here, okay, Google. And that cage 17 is overcrowded. Alexa, include cage 10 with fenbendazole treatment, for example. Google, read the tasks to do in room 505. You can just ask commands or just give commands, and whatever we say goes direct to the computer and goes direct to the PI or goes direct to register and determine like what we have to do in that room. So that's something that we are working, and it might be already in some institutions in the world. Some trends about animal use. Here we have an increase in animals. It's old data from the United Kingdom, but the idea, it's not the data, but it's the picture, and have the question, what will be like this increase? Are we having a decrease in number of animals used, but an increase in number of genetic animal use? And are we going to use each time more mice or more zebrafish? And we see some decline in rats being used in biomedical research, and maybe this being replaced by zebrafish. What are the trends of the species to be used? And then we have CRISPR, and becoming each time more available to developing new models, new genetically modified animals. And that poses a very important question for the future, because if we have 20 to 25,000 genes, and possible 20 to 25,000 knockout mice with double and triple knockout, with knockout and knock-in mice in different genetic backgrounds, with transgenic mice. The question is, how many mice models will have 20 years from now? How many we have now, and how many we'll have in 20 years from now? So I put this question also for in France 3 years ago, with going to have more than 15, more than 25,000, more than 40, more than 50,000. And the answer is like that, 40. Let's see, just a bit here. 42% said that more than 50,000. And the main question here, it will be lots. It will be probably like more than 40, more than 50,000 strains. But how will we manage this amount of strains? And that's an important question for the future. And cryopreservation, it's definitely one of the ways that we know it's going to be even more necessary. Again, with animal models, put this picture of the monodelphis domestic because this is not an usual lab animal. It's exotic animal, kind of wild animal, but small as a mice or a rat, and very good for melanoma studies. Also very good for other type of cancer research, and also on spinal cord injuries. So it's a very interesting model for research. Also, the Tamar wallaby, it's a very good model for research for spinal cord injury. And this animal is the kangaroo. So it's just an example of two animals that are not common for laboratory animals, but very important to give us some information, very essential and important information to study cancer or spinal cord injuries. And I put this question with other animals. And the question is, can these animals here in the picture help us new discoveries? Are we going to use more non-conventional lab animals in the future, or are we going not to use these animals? And the next question is, are we going to have new animal models in the future? I like the discussion of animal models. It's one topic that I like to talk, and the right way to choose, how to choose the right animal model, how to choose the right mice model, because we have so many different types of mice. And again, this presentation, when you talk about the future, if anyone in the public needs to prepare a presentation for the future of laboratory animal science, the presentation will reflect your own view of this science. So this presentation, it's my view of the areas that I think that it's important to, and I have been paying attention for some trends, but it's very particular of my view, and it could be completely different if someone else would prepare the same presentation, because it would be a different view, and or areas that you like more to talk. So animal model or choose of the animal model, for me, it's a very interesting area. Health status is also an area very important to all of us. The previous presentation talked about some challenges that we have in health status. So we have now, it's not the future, but it's the present. Serology and PCR, we have this technology of dry blood samples. That is something amazing. I find that really amazing how we can get so many information on antibodies just with a small drop of dry blood. And even more interesting, it's the swabs, that we don't need any more animal sentinels. You can use only swabs in a cage and put dirty bedding, and we can do PCR to detect a huge list of pathogens. It's very interesting. But the question here, it's not only the technology, but are we going to have more pathogens in the SPF list in the future? And the question is because some areas of biomedical research are questioning the use of very clean mice, and squeaky clean mice could be ruining your research. Can dirty mice save animal research? So that's immunology, might be some other area. But the question is, do we need to use really very, very clean animals, or we might need some animals with the presence of pathogens to be more realistic on our research? So that's a good and interesting discussion also in present and also in the future. Still on animal modeling, I like this picture here. We can spend hours or meetings just talking about translational research, because that is the basic of our work. Like, the reason we work with animals, it's because we cannot work with humans. And we work with animals as a model to understand process, to discover treatments, understand diseases, and then translate that to humans. And so that's the main point here. It's the translation of the translational research. And we have been criticized a lot on the society because we are not doing a good job translating. So we do lots of work with animals, and generate lots of data, but when you translate that to humans, it doesn't work. And we need to talk about that. We need to discuss what are the reasons. Are we doing a good job here, a good science with animals to be able to translate? So that's a question that I like to talk, I like to ask and to provoke the scientists. And I pose this question of how it will be in 20 years, if we still have the discussion in 20 years. Also, the next question and then the next topic for discussion is the reproducibility. It's a very important discussion that we are having now. The ability to reproduce results in one lab in another lab, and sometimes in the same lab. So we have situations that we have a publication from one lab, and then a new grad student comes, a PhD student, and he cannot repeat the results of the previous student that used the same bench, the same lab, the same equipment, and the results are not reproducible. So that's a very important discussion, and the question is how that will be in the future. Here are several factors that can affect animal welfare, can affect the results, can affect animal modeling, translation, and reproducibility. And we have nutrition, water, bedding, ammonia, analgesia, pathogens, pheromone, handling, noise, humidity, temperature, transport, cage, so many factors, genetics here in the middle. And the question is, are we going to maximize standardization, make everything standard in the future the way we do? And that's what I teach. I teach that we need to control all these factors, including genetics and everything, to be able to have a good research, a good science. But again, science, it's always been questioning, and some people are questioning that. And there is some question about starting with sex. Now we're discussing that we should use both sex and not only one sex, males and females, in our experiments. But there are some more questioning, especially in our area, with this scientist called Hanno Wurbel from Switzerland. He's provoking us, bringing this question if environmental standardization is a cure or is a cause of poor reproducibility in animal experiments, and why standardization threatens reproducibility. So he's saying that too much standardization, it's not good for science. It's not good to make it possible to have reproducible data. So will reproducibility and poor translation remain challenges in 2045? That's important questions to discuss. This is the genetic tree of mice, and we have the group 4 here with the C57 black 6 here in the bottom, the group 1 with the bulb C, CBA, DBA, 129. We have more than 100 inbred strains to be used in laboratory animal science. And Jackson made a huge and very, very interesting database, the database, that's the mouse phenome database, where they took all these strains and look all different parameters. So for example, here we have latency of nociception related to sensibility to pain, and we have a difference among the strains of mice in that parameter. Here in insulin, we also have a difference in levels of insulin depending which mice you measure. Here, for example, thyroxine, you also have a difference in levels of thyroxine depending the mice. So if you work with thyroxine, which mice should you use? I don't know the answer because I don't work with thyroxine. But if you work with thyroxine, you should know that not every mice has the same level of thyroxine. If you work with insulin, not every mice have the same level of insulin. Not every mice have the same level of glucose, not the same level of food intake, for example. All strains of mice have, every single strain of mice have difference in some of the parameters, and we need to choose the best mice for your research. So I bring this next question based on this diversity of the genetic tree, if C57 Black 6 will continue to be the most used mouse in research, because it is now. And the question, if 20 years from now, we are going to use mainly C57 Black 6, and the answer in France 3 years ago is that 64 said yes. Despite having hundreds of strains, we're still going to use the C57 Black 6 for some reason. And 36 said that no, maybe the B6 will not be used as it is now. I like this this area also, the scientific publish. It's a very interesting discussion here. All of them are very interesting, as you might realize I'm saying, but I like this discussion of scientific publishing. Here it's the Science Journal from 1920, and here's the same Science from 2020. So it's 100 years apart. And the question is, what is the difference between the journal, the article, the structure of the article? And it's not, they are the same. You have the title, the authors, then you have the introduction, you have the methodology, the results and discussion, and the reference. It's the same structure. So the question is, what was the main advancement, the main evolution in scientific publishing in the last 100 years? It's not an easy question to say what it was. And I joke saying that the PDF file format, so we don't need anymore to print the articles, the papers, but now we have the PDF, and the PDF might be the main advancement in scientific publishing in the last 100 years. And that's something that we need to discuss, as well as new formats of publishing. So here it's the preprint server. Now we can publish any article in 24 hours, but it's not peer reviewed. But we might ask the reason to be peer review. Who should really review and tell and say if your paper is good or not? And here we have the amount of data available and knowledge available today. And here's the data available published. So we have too much data that are not published for some reason, and we need to discuss that. And related to our field, how much laboratory animal science we are publishing, how much science we are doing in laboratory animal science, how much science we need to do in laboratory animal science. We say that it's a laboratory animal science, but we need to produce science in this area and not only produce animals for other areas of science. Do we need to do more laboratory animal science in the 20 years? That's a question. And do we need more journals for laboratory animal science? So it's a good discussion. So changing to animal facilities in 20 years from now, I just put here 2 examples of innovation in this field. It's not the future, it's present and already in several countries, and the biobubble and the biomodel, for example. The biobubble, it's a company that you can have a clean area, a clean room, basically in any facility, in any building you have, because these machines here, they clean the air and you can have a very clean environment. So you don't need to build a new building anymore if you use these facilities, and some buildings or some institutions are doing that, and becomes much cheaper. The same way with the biomodel, what it is, it's basically a container that it's carrying in ships across the world, and they change the container, they alter the container to become what they call the biomodel, and it's an animal room. So it's also a fast way you can carry that in a truck to build animal facilities. So it's something that we are seeing each time more. I like also this discussion, especially of cage washers and autoclaves. So this relation between these 2 equipments, and I got interested in this area because of this article and some other articles that say that's a very important point here, that when you use a cage washer, a machine that washes the cages, and the water at the final rinse goes to 80 Celsius. It kills all the pathogens that we are interested. So the question here is, the autoclave makes everything sterile, so no live organisms in these cages. But the question is, what do we need? We need sterilized cages, or we need cages without the pathogen, that list of pathogens of the SPF list. And I understand that we need to get rid of all the pathogens that can cause diseases to all the animals, and not necessarily sterilize cages. And the cage washer does this job. The autoclaves are very expensive. They damage the equipment, the cages, and the bottles we have, give us trouble, and it's very time and energy consuming equipment. And so I bring this discussion. I like this discussion very much, and I also ask people in France about that, and the answer was that yes, cage washers and dry heat equipment and other type of cleaning equipments might replace autoclaves in 20 years from now. And again, we are in 2025. We have so different technologies. We need to come up with a new, better way to clean the cages, other than just putting an autoclave that is a very time and lots of pressure and heat and damage to the cage. So it's a good discussion and trends for the future. Wet shower, air shower, vestment, scrub, shoe cover, and how we'll get into what do we need to get into one of facility. And I bring this question because a very interesting story that I have. I visit a lab in Orlando, and an animal facility, and I did not put shoe cover. So I got with my own shoes, and the manager of this facility told Marcel, the floor is always dirty. Even if you put the shoe cover, it's always dirty. And he told me something that it's really remembers me a lot. Like I'm always talk about this story, because he told me that even if I have a virus sample in a tube, in a test tube with me in my pocket, he will allow me to enter the facility with a virus in my pocket, because he trusts the equipment that he has. He has IVC cages, and he trusts the equipment. And he told Marcel, like, you will not open the cage, the virus. You will not touch the animals. You're just coming to visit. So no problem if you have a virus in your pocket, because it is contained. And also my animals are also contained. They are isolated. So he uses this sticky mat, and he doesn't use shoe cover to get into the facility. And I like this idea and the discussion that brings. Water, how the water will be delivered to the facilities in bags, cage delivery, clean system as it is now. What is the future about the water delivery? Here, it's a very important issue for us here in Brazil. If open cages will be allowed, like in open cages, we don't have the circulation of air, and you have a buildup of ammonia inside the cage, and ammonia is terrible for us and terrible for the animals. So that's the reason that brought the IVC cages. And the question is related to animal welfare. Are we going to allow open cages in the next 20 years? I don't have an answer, but it's a good discussion for the future. Talking about cages, more cage space. So you have here the double deck from Techniplast. Lab products also have some cages with some platform. Techniplast the same, has a platform. Several companies are building new designs of cages. And the question is, the trend for the cages in the next 20 years. And the answer we got from SLALAS was that 95% of people said that cages should be larger than it is now. So it's a discussion that we need to have. So that should be the trend, or if the size it's okay now, the size of the cages are okay. Here it's a very good discussion about disposable cage. And I see that as a trend. Each time I go attend the ALAS conference in the US, I see more disposable cages being shown by the companies as a possible option. And this is, there's an environmental concern, and they are answering this environmental concern, making cages or disposable cages that are recyclable. So the word recyclable is very important here. And if this is a really trend, it will make a revolution in our facilities. If you can imagine to build one facility that will not need washing area. So the cages don't need to be washed. Bottles, they don't need to be washed because also you have the bags. And you don't need the washing. You don't need the autoclave. You don't need the cage washer. You don't need that water and tanks with water. So it will completely change the way we build new facilities for laboratory animal if this trend really moves ahead, with disposable cage being something that becomes each time cheaper, of course, and environmental concerns because we don't spend energy and water washing cages and bottles anymore. So I had this question 3 years ago, and the answer was that no, disposable cage will not be the standard. But I didn't, at that time, I didn't bring the recyclable issue. And if in recyclable plays a very essential, important issue in this discussion. If it's not recyclable, of course, like we're going to generate more waste. But if it's recyclable, it changes completely the discussion. So it's a very important point to include here in the discussion. About cage, what about cage change and bedding trends for the future? Different beddings, and some people change once a week, twice a week, once every 10 days, every 15 weeks. How will be that in the future, depending of the type of bedding? So question is once a week, once every other week, once a month even. So that's I like this area of bedding and frequency of cage change. How will be the racks? The real-time monitoring of the animal in the racks, water level, temperature. This is the present. Some companies, they already have racks that you can, on your cell phone, you can follow the path of the animal. You can see the animal, if they are eating, if they are not eating, if you have water, how is the ammonia levels, how is the temperature and humidity levels inside the cage. And this is but if this is going to be a future for all the facilities or only for high tech and rich facilities, but that's something that we will see more and more, the real-time monitoring of animals in the rooms. How will be the IVC racks? And I like just these two companies here. It's a company that sells only the blower and controls the humidity. So most of the cage or the IVC equipments we have, they don't control the humidity, but this one controls, and they say it's very important to control humidity. And this one here has a different flow of air through the cage. It's very different from all the other cages. The air comes from the bottom, dries up the bedding, and you have the exit from here. And they say that you can keep 5 mice with 30 air changes per hour for 21 days with 0 ammonia because you dry the bedding. The bedding is very efficiently dried, so it makes 0, very low percentage of humidity and very low percentage of ammonia. So I like the innovation in the way the air circulates in this cage. So going to the end of the presentation, what about animal rights activism? It's something that we need to have a concern. Are we going to do a better job on transparency and outreach so the society is each time more concerned on the work we do? And in 20 years, are we going to do a better job, or are we going to do the same job we are doing now, the same work we are doing now? We'll use the same strategy it's used today to defend animal use in biomedical research. The next is about IACUC and ethical committees. We'll have the same criteria we have today when talk about ethics on animal use. Ethical committees will be more or less rigorous. Legislation will be more or less rigorous. And then for the final questions, who will be the technician of the future? It's talking about the technician. And this is the question when Dr. Ann Turner, she was the CEO from SLALAS. She was in Brazil. She presented this title for a presentation that I love the discussion. And it has many years, and I have been bringing this even more now. Who is the most important animal in the animal facility? The human being of the lab animal. Who is the most important animal in the facility? Us or the lab animal? And the answer I got 3 years ago was 61 saying that the human are more important, and the lab animal 39%. There is no right or wrong here answer. It's the important thing here is the discussion, and the discussion is the first question: are we taking a good care of the animals? And I believe we have been trying to take a good care of the animal for the past several years. We always think about the animals, how to make better for the animals and have better animals. But the question is, are we taking a good care of the technician who takes care of the animal? And that's the discussion, the important discussion in this last question. And in 2019, also at SLALAS meeting in the US, there were 15 sessions on human relationship, interrelationship in an animal facility. There were more sessions on this topic than genetics, than health, than cages, than any other area. So for me, it shows up, it's science that it's a very important, and I understand that as I manage an animal facility, and I understand how important and how many problems I have with people, not animals, but I have too many problems with people that work with animals, and we need to discuss that, how we can make a better approach to the technicians, to the people who work with laboratory animals, and that in turn will make the care of animals better also. So we cannot predict the future, but we can understand, review the past, understand what we have today, the present, and anticipate and discuss possible trends for the future. So I'd like to once again thank you so much for the invitation. I hope that again in the future we'll be able to discuss with more details. We are planning in ICLAS to have a global conference on these issues, and with more time to discuss each of the different points I brought here, and have more information and more basis for planning and preparing, understanding what we have ahead. So thank you very much for the Sri Lanka Laboratory Animal Science Association and for the invitation, and I hope you enjoy the presentation, and I wish to all of you an excellent second day of meeting. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Frajpal, for your valuable insights and for sharing your expertise with us. This online session has truly enriched our program. As a token of our gratitude, I now invite Dr. Varuni Gunatilaka to virtually present a token of appreciation to Professor Frajpal. Thank you once again, Professor Marcel Frajblad, for your time and invaluable contribution to today's event. And please note that this token will be sent to you by post as a gesture of our heartfelt thanks. Thanks again, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.